Part 26. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tiu Lan. Chapter 254. After what happened last night, Sakakibara Raku's original plan to stop feeding Zyuki for a while was in vain. What was recorded in that diary was not only the mother's blessings for her unborn daughter, but also the mother's underlying will to make people who saw the diary treat her daughter better. Sakakibara Raku can feel it between the lines. Therefore, if he refused Zhigzyu's request for snacks every day, would it be too cruel to treat this blank girl who had almost nothing? You must know that there are not many things that Zhigzyu likes and needs. I definitely can't agree to it emotionally, but it's still okay to help her cook food every day. Raku Sakakibara walked out of the kitchen with a plate in his hands and put the plate down in front of Amami Yuki, who was sitting in a daze at the dining table. Here, you want toast for breakfast? Sakakibara untied his apron and put it on the back of the chair. He pulled out a stool and sat down opposite Amami Nizuki. Faced with the same breakfast in front of him, he did not rush to eat first. Instead, he propped up half of his face and observed the snow in the sky and sea when he got up early. The girl sat in front of the table, wearing a simple and elegant white plush pajamas. Her skin was as white as snow, her slender neck was nakedly exposed to the air, and her long black hair was as smooth as satin even if it was not carefully taken care of. Looking down, you can see her small, round, and exquisite face, and her half-curved eyebrows are like a thin line. The clear mirror-like eyes reflecting the bread in her hand, combined with her smooth facial features, made her look a bit ethereal and lifeless, and she seemed to be in a particularly serious state. A hamster that chews nuts seriously. Sakakibara thought of this adjective inexplicably. But she was quieter than the hamster, not so anxious, but slowly ate the toast in her hand bit by bit. Compared with the cuteness of a hamster, her appearance has a tranquility that only a boudoir lady can have. Is it delicious? Sakakibara asked happily, looking at the girl opposite. Tasty. It seems quite satisfying. Why do you get up so early every day? Ellie also got up early. I'm going out to exercise for a while and help you prepare breakfast. I don't know. Amami no Yuki was answering Sakakibara Raku's previous question. Sakakibara Raku didn't know when she heard her answer, but he had his own guess. Could it be that you are in a daze and doze off every day, so you don't sleep for long at night? In response to his hypothetical question, Tianhai Zhigzyu nodded after hesitating for a moment. Seeing her dumbfounded look, Sakakibara Raku was completely defeated, and even his tone became a bit weak. I suspect you are just nodding along with my words. In fact, you don't know at all. However, Tianhai Zhigzyu does get up earlier than the others every day. She didn't do anything when she got up. She was either in a daze in the bedroom, or standing on the balcony and staring at the tram passing above the overpass. She often wears only a thin pajama dress and goes barefoot. You know, this is the first month of the year when snow falls. So every day when Raku Sakakibara wakes up and sees her, he can't help but ask, isn't it cold? Tianhai Zhigzyu's answer was also very serious and sincere, cold. Only then did Sakakibara realize that she actually didn't know how to keep herself from getting cold. Or maybe she forgot to put on clothes. This forced Sakakibara Raku to grab her wrist, take her back to the bedroom, choose some thick clothes and let her change into them. The clothes she was wearing now were the ones Sakakibara pulled her back from the balcony and asked her to change into. He almost saw her all over again. Also, Yuki, I've reminded you many times not to take off your clothes casually in front of boys. It doesn't matter if you have fun. Why wouldn't it matter to me? Because I like having fun. Then why do you like me? Because Ellie can cook food. What if someone else would cook you food? This question made Tianhai Zhigzyu stop eating for a moment. I still like having fun. So this is not a legitimate explanation at all, Okay. I am a man with a girlfriend. I don't mind. Appeared. Same answer as yesterday. Sakakibara decided not to pursue this aspect too deeply. When he asks Higsu why she suddenly liked him, he could only get a simple answer from her, because there is food. But he thought it was not that simple. It happened that he suddenly remembered something that happened a long time ago, and he had to find a topic to ask about it. Yuki, still remember what we are going to do today, right? Band, show. Yes, the band. But Yuki didn't propose this band to me on your own initiative. Why did Yuki suddenly suggest this to me? There is joy and trouble. Sakakihara understood instantly, so, it's because you knew that I had troubles and that I needed an event that could bring everyone together, and then you took the initiative to propose to me to form a band. It seems that Higsu can also understand the emotions of others to some extent. Her love for herself is not the kind of love that comes suddenly, but she has noticed a long time ago that she is treating her well, so she wants to help her. Her confession is not an affectionate confession full of love. It's just that she feels good about herself and naturally expresses her like emotion, so she has no possessiveness about herself at all. At this stage, Chi and Ju's feelings towards him are completely different. Thinking about this, Sakakihara relaxed a lot. "Ha bro, breakfast is ready, what are you going to eat today?" Suzu Sakakibara, who was wearing a hooded rabbit pajamas, yawned and walked out, pulled out a stool and sat down next to Raku Sakakibara. Speaking of which, Aling still doesn't know about Higsu's confession to her, right? Sakakibara Raku looked at Sakakibara Suzu, who was sitting next to him, and started eating as soon as he got up, and a series of messy thoughts emerged in his mind. Watch what I do. Before Sakakibara Suzu started to bite into the toast, she noticed her brother's strange gaze, and she couldn't help but puff up her face and get angry. "I think you're so cute." Sakakihara smiled happily. Right, right. Definitely cuter than the two foxes at home. She is still the same stinky Aling as ever, but she seems to be much cuter than before. Watching her eat, you will inexplicably feel a strange creature called sister in her. Sister, Sakakihara Suzu. Sakakihara Suzu, sister. Combining the two words together actually forms the girl who can eat bread in front of me. It is indeed magical enough. Why are you always looking at me? I was wondering if the papaya milk you drank a while ago was useful. Sakakihara didn't want to explain his messy thoughts, so he randomly found a topic. Where are you looking? Sakakihara Suzu hurriedly protected her chest, crossed her hands, and held 2 bites of toast in her hands. Compared to his sister's shyness, Sakakihara Raku didn't care at all. He sighed and said helplessly to the sister in an elder's tone, "I don't understand why you are so shy. It's not like I can see through you through your clothes. Besides, I was just concerned about what happened before and glanced at it." Suzu Sakakihara naturally had her own explanation, still holding her chest and looking wary. "Maybe you will have some special powers like clairvoyance. There is no perspective, but the dream corridor can actually simulate a ling in the dream. Although it is true that there is no feeling, the visual effect is still there." Of course, Sakakihara Raku didn't bother to do that. So he smiled and said, "With this function, I would rather go see Julie Yuli. You stinky Lele, I hate you so much." Sakakibara Suzu was angry and decided to ignore him. The size was not something she could decide. But then the extra sandwich in the bowl made Sakakibara Suzu look at her brother. "It's an apology," he said with a smile. "This is a sandwich that only you had this morning. Didn't you lie down on the sofa and clamor for some when you came back last night?" As soon as she heard that only she had it, Sakakihara Suzu's heart softened a lot. She thought that her brother would remember what she casually said she wanted to eat, and make it for her the next day, which would make her feel a little touched. "Only, I didn't think he was good." Of course, on the surface, kung fu still needs to be done. Sakakihara Suzu turned her face away. Well, then I will reluctantly forgive you. You are my brother. Tsundere Raku Sakakibara commented with a smile. Tsundere is so cute. Sakakibara Suzu glanced at him secretly. Her tsundere was not as strong as before, and she probably knew that she had been exposed. Sakakibara reached out and touched her head. Sakakihara suddenly became quiet and pouted while he touched her head. If you weren't so arrogant, you might be even cuter. Really? Sakakihara Suzu asked with her head pressed against his hand. Can your brother lie to you? The small talk ended after the two Tianhai sisters got up. After several people finished breakfast together, no one mentioned yesterday's snow confession first, but began to focus on the next performance on stage. After discussing for a while, the atmosphere of their respective periods was settled, and they were about to officially go out. Asterisk. Live House, also known as a performance venue, is an informal performance stage, so it is generally called an underground stage. The capacity ranges from dozens to thousands of people. Because of the convenience of performances, the fact that bands, singers, and artists perform on stage almost every day, and the very good facilities, such stages are strongly sought after by a large number of audiences. Different from ordinary resident singers in small bars, tonight, a group of people will go to the super-large stage located underground in Shibuya, Tokyo, which can accommodate more than 1,000 people to perform on stage. Above the underground is a giant commercial street. Department stores, fashion clothing stores, jewelry stores, and snack bars are all gathered above, and there is a lot of traffic. In order to go to the rehearsal in advance, the group changed into school uniforms and gathered at Shibuya Station just after lunch. The twins' Western-style school uniforms are always refreshing. When they stand together, they look like they were copied and pasted. They are tall, straight, and their chests are full of confidence. Even Raku Sakakibara, who is already very familiar with them, can't tell them apart. Feel. Sakakihara Suzu suddenly realized that she couldn't tell them apart at all, so she walked up to them and looked left and right. Which one of you is Kiju? Sister Chan has been living with us for almost a year, can't you tell the difference? Nana Mingzuki Sakakibara Suzu heard the girl on the left calling her Sister Chan and recognized her immediately. This tone is also completely Chi Minjiao. Ling Zhang admitted it right. Tianhai Julie Yulai replied with a smile on the other side. By the way, why do you always wear the same clothes when you go out? Of course it's not the school uniform you're wearing this time. After all, it's what the organizer requires. Because they are twins, Tianhai Julie Yulai replied. But wouldn't it be more difficult for twins to recognize who you are if you are wearing the same clothes? Tianhai Kaimingyu replied, originally I didn't intend to let other people distinguish between me and my sister. Sakakihara Suzu was a little confused. Each of them spoke one sentence. Although the tone was different, the similar voices made her unable to tell whether the one on the left or the right was speaking. Do you have a language that is just your own? No. Have. Tianhai Julie Yulai and Tianhai Kaimingyu answered one after another. So, is there any? Sister Chen just needs to know that there is a special connection between me and my sister. Is it really that magical? Sakakihara Suzu heard Seven's answer and turned to ask Nine. Tianhai Julie Yulai did not deny it. As for musical instruments, Yoshihara Senpai said that she has asked someone to go to the studio to help us move them. She will drive a van to help us take them to the underground stage later. After answering the phone, Raku Sakakihara walked over on the street with the bass on his back. Chow said to everyone. Can we go to rehearsal now? The destination was not far from the station. They walked for about 5 minutes and entered the passage on the third underground floor from the elevator on the ground. After walking through a small dark passage illuminated only by small light bulbs, several people passed through the staff and arrived at the so-called underground stage. As soon as Raku Sakakihara walked in, he was impressed by the openness of the place, with an auditorium large enough to accommodate thousands of people, a central stage with speakers and microphones on both sides, and a two-story loft composed of glass panels and steel bars surrounding the stage. The dark dome is covered with orange combined angle steel that looks like components of an electrical tower. The top is hung with a variety of state-of-the-art lights and sounds. When you look up, you can see the two giants hanging on both sides of the central stage. LED screen. On the right side of the stage auditorium, there is a row of bars where you can buy drinks. Without the introduction of the staff, Sakakibara can feel that during the formal performance, the two giant screens will reflect the image of the entire band, countless lights will change according to the rhythm of the music, and countless speakers will work in unison to enhance the musical atmosphere of the scene. Exaggerated to the extreme. This was the first time for Sakakihara Raku to come to such a place. Ailing. What? Have you ever been on a stage like this? Sakakihara said happily looking at the stage. No, I just sang on a small stage. Are you nervous then? Just kidding, of course not. When several people went down the stairs from the second floor, they met Mito Hue, who was still supervising the layout. She saw Raku Sakakibara, who led everyone over and said hello to him with a smile. You guys are here. You've had a hard time on the road. It looks like now isn't here yet. Yoshiwara Senpai is helping to pack the instruments, and he will drive over in a moment, Raku Sakakihara answered while looking above at the staff who were busy setting up the scene. They seemed to be fixing a string on the left wall of the auditorium. Extra large screen. What are these screens for? These, in addition to helping to set the atmosphere for the scene, will also display some off-site comments. After all, our stage will be broadcast simultaneously on the internet. Midoi looked at the small band in front of her, folded her hands on her chest, lowered her head and smiled, and proactively said to everyone, "Okay, I know it's your first time here, so it's inevitable to be nervous. But you don't have to worry, although you have only a few pop-up experiences and the band has not been established for a long time, technically speaking, I fully approve of you." As she spoke, she looked back from Sakakibara Raku's shoulders, looked at the two Amami sisters standing behind, and said with a smile. After all, no matter how famous our stage is in this circle, it can't compare to two twin girls from a famous classical family. Miss Mito seems to know that 7 and 9 are famous. But classical music and pop music are completely different worlds. Tianhai Julie Yuli asked curiously, does Miss Mito also know about classical music? I'm just involved in a wide range of things, and people outside the circle know the name of Miss Julie Yuli, your genius piano girl, but... Midoi looked at Tianhai Kaimingyu again, and said with an approachable smile, in recent years, it seems that Miss Ji Minjiu has not performed on stage anymore. Everyone feels sorry that you have not appeared again recently. I just want to ask for Miss Ji Minjiu's fans on the internet. After all, everyone is paying close attention to your situation. Aren't you sick or something? I look forward to your comeback in the classical world. That's not necessary, Tianhai Kaimingyu answered calmly and gracefully, it's just my personal reason for quitting, not for physical reasons. That's it. Midoi didn't ask much. She could tell that Tianhai Kaimingyu didn't want to talk about it. Speaking of which, Raku Sakakihara has never asked why Nanamajetsu doesn't play her violin much. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tio Lan. Chapter 255. At first, Sakakibara thought that most of the people who played rock music had colorful punk hairstyles, black leather clothes with iron chains and metal ornaments all over their bodies. However, as Sakakibara gradually understood the circle, she began to realize I found that it was just the stereotype of ordinary people about rock music. Put on a t-shirt, a coat, and at most a beret. It's just an ordinary person's outfit with no distinctive features on the street. There are 3 bands participating in this live house, and most of the others are duos or solo singers. The time starts at 7 p.m. and ends at around 2:30 a.m. During the rehearsal, Sakaki Harakudo paid attention. Just as Miss Midawai said, the only band that attended as high school students was Runto, which was just formed. The other bands were all from society, and there was one band with an average age. The 50-year-old Uncle Band. Before the official performance, all the band members sat around in the preparation room to rest and chat. Sakaki Hararaku and several others sat in the leftmost corner of the preparation room. Brother Sakakibara Suzu lowered her voice and leaned close to Sakakibara Raku's ear, her eyes constantly peeking to the other side. What to do, Sakakihara answered while holding the bass, while continuing to put his fingers on the strings, recalling the part of the rhythm he was responsible for. Sakakibara kept looking at the other bands who were talking and laughing, and lowered her voice in Sakakibara's ear and said, "I feel like they all know each other." Sakakihara looked down at his fingers and replied nonchalantly, "Isn't it normal for people who play music in the same place to get to know each other?" Normal. Normal is normal, but brother, do you feel that we are being left out and excluded? They just communicate with a bunch of people, and they don't even bring us. No, a captain came to say hello to me just now. Really? Why didn't I see you chatting with them? It's just a matter of saying hello and getting to know each other. Hey, isn't this being left out in the cold? You are too sensitive. Sakaki Hararaku also knew what his sister was thinking. She just felt awkward being in a place with a bunch of people she didn't know at all. How should I describe this feeling? It's probably like going on a group tour and finding out that everyone knows everyone except you. They are chatting enthusiastically and having a great time. It doesn't matter if you can't get into the conversation at all, even the tour guide is there. I also forgot your existence when collecting statistics. As Sakakihara said, if you don't pay attention to him, you will feel at ease alone. But Aling didn't seem to like this feeling. Senior loner Tianhai Chi Minjio spoke at this time. It's normal not to take the initiative to talk. Regardless of whether you have heard of our band or not, in terms of age and the school uniforms we are wearing, they are a group of adults. It's also difficult to find topics to talk about with us high school students. Sakakibara couldn't help but said, "Miss Kyo, you are the most powerful among us. You also have an investment foundation. When you join the company, the boss will take the initiative to welcome you." His subtext is that Chi Minjio is definitely not an ordinary high school student. When she communicates with adults, there are many topics to talk about. Brother, what you said is very good, but please note that I am talking about us now. And work is work. If you ask me to talk about the depression of life with that group of people, I will not be able to empathize with you at all. There may be a reason why our band has not been recognized yet. Tianhai Juli Yulai, who touched his lips to the mug next door, raised his head and said, "After all, there are no results, and that's as it should be." Sakakibara nodded. "You've never heard of our band's name at all?" Sakakihara Suzu raised a hand. Everyone was silent, and there was indeed no one who was expecting them to perform on stage. Sure enough, as soon as we talked about this, the atmosphere became inexplicably heavy. I will keep thinking about how the band will perform and how the audience will evaluate them. If the performance fails on this stage with thousands of people, wouldn't the audience give thumbs up, boo, tell them to step off the stage, and clamor for refunds? This can simply make their band quit the rock music circle directly, and then seal the instruments like sealing monsters. Humph. At this time, Suzu Sakakihara suddenly spoke. Her confident look broke the slightly solemn atmosphere. She put her hands on her hips and raised her mouth. "But, actually, we have fans who come to the venue, maybe more than other bands." Sakakibara rolled his eyes and said, We are a small band and have never uploaded any songs online. Where do we get the fans? Sakakibara Suzu waved her hands, full of confidence. Brother is superficial. You have forgotten who I am. After all, I am a big voice Yu with hundreds of thousands of fans. Regardless of the fact that her hundreds of thousands is actually only more than 100,000, it is true that with the last work, Ling does have a high reputation on the internet. Her identity is a voice actress and short video blogger. When Sakaki Hararaku occasionally watches videos, he will see the simple short videos posted by Suzu with millions of likes. Everyone who commented was like, "Aw, Suzu-chan is so cute, Ling-chan, feed me the cake, Rin-chan Suzu-chan, can you reveal the character you will be dubbing in the next movie, why don't Suzu-chan post more videos, she's so cute, fans speaking like this and so on." Wait a minute, plus her own short video account, it seems that she really has hundreds of thousands of fans. Sakakibara touched his chin and his eyes lit up. You mean, you called your own fans over to cheer us up? I still gave notice a few days in advance. I posted updates on Twitter and TikTok. Fans have also known for a long time that I was in a rock band recently. Just now I learned that there is a live broadcast on this stage. I took advantage of my free time to post 2 more updates. There are probably fans waiting in the live broadcast room now. Brother, you can check them out on your phone. Let me see. Raku Sakakihara took out his mobile phone, found the stage live broadcast website he knew from Miss Mito before, and came to the live broadcast room. There were not many people in the live broadcast room, but when I glanced at the comment area, I did find that there were many enthusiastic viewers who supported Runto. They all said that they were already there and asked when it would start. Of course, more people are still asking when they can see the bell. It made them seem like the main band at the scene. When will it start? What is the rank of Runto? I heard that they are going to cover Suzu-chan's recent anime op, is that true? A barrage of barrages related to his small band flashed across the phone screen. Not only was the previous inexplicable pressure gone, but also a passion to do my best to perform well emerged in my heart. Go for it. I will encourage myself in my heart like this. Hey, how are you, bro? Doesn't it feel good to have someone's support? Sakakibara put away his phone. I finally understand why you are so tired of being a voice actor, but you still have to persevere. The feeling of having someone supporting you really gives you a lot of confidence. Is this a great achievement? We'll have a big dinner when we get home. I want grilled steak. Eat. As time went on, more and more people came to the underground stage. Raku Sakakibara, who was in the preparation room on the second floor, could already see the thousands of spectators below who were about to fill the entire huge underground space. People were passing through, most of them gathered in front of the bar on the right under the lights. Some ordered to buy fruit wine, some lowered their heads to play with their mobile phones, and some wore headscarves with the singer's name written on them. They held light sticks in both hands and waited for the official performance. Start. An inexplicable feeling is brewing in the atmosphere of the music festival. Sakaki Hararaku held the iron railing on the second floor and looked into the distance. He could only see a dark crowd under the lights of the steel frame above his head. 1,000 people was far more than he had imagined. He even saw someone holding a LED support sign with the word Suzuki written on it. This made Sakakibara smile knowingly. Ling has really become a little idol. Everyone from Runto. The visitor was Miss Miduo, who was in charge of the on-site coordination work. She came to the preparation room and called everyone in school uniforms together. Before performing, I first need to confirm your position. The staff will move your instruments up later. Sakaki Hararaku discussed with everyone for a while, and there was no doubt that the lead singer Isuzu and the lead guitarist Yuki must be in the front C position. Although the drummer Nanami Mingzuki is in the back, there is a high platform and the position is also very conspicuous. Kururi and Sakakihara Raku are the two guardians of the band, and they are responsible for polishing the music on both sides. After informing Miss Midowai of the location, she put away her workbook and said to everyone with a smile, "Don't you feel any pressure? Raku Sakakibara, there will definitely be pressure, but it's not a big problem. In that case, well, come on, everyone. You are the fourth guest to appear, which is also a very important time. The show time is approaching, and the singers in front have already created a warm atmosphere above the stage, with loud music and a lively atmosphere. On the stage, the singer wore gorgeous costumes and sang songs enthusiastically. The exciting beat was accompanied by cheerful melody. The dazzling lights hit the microphone he held high, and a blast of rock rhythm made the audience cheer. Even Raku Sakakihara, who was in the preparation room on the second floor, could feel the vibrations on the floor. He put his hands on the guardrail and watched the enthusiastic response from the audience. Tian Haikimingyu came to his side and looked at the crowd below with him. Speaking of which, Chi Minjiao, why do you rarely play the violin? Julie Yulai will take time to practice piano even on Saturdays and Sundays. And you basically just read books at school and never brought the violin to school. What do you think, brother? You and Julie Yulai were both called talented girls at the beginning, right? But according to the reviews I found on the internet, Julie Yulai was always slightly better. Compared to you, everyone praised Julie Yulai's peerless talent more. It was quiet for a while. No matter how shining a star is, it can only serve as a foil next to another star that shines brighter. Tian Haikimingyu said lightly, I told you a long time ago that my sister can actually play the violin. As for why I am not in charge of the piano, I believe that you, brother, probably have the answer in your own mind. Osakakibara understood and sighed. To put it bluntly, Chi Minjiao has always been setting off Julie Yulai, and Chi Minjiao is just uncomfortable. July definitely has its own arrogance. Even though I respect my sister in my heart, I still have some reluctance to admit defeat. Instead of always supporting your sister, it's better to quit as soon as possible. Looking back at Sakakibara Raku when he was a child, he can better understand the origin of Nanami Mingzuki's unwillingness to admit defeat. Because my aunt has devoted most of her resources to Julie Yulai since she was a child, whether it is education or care, her focus has always been on Julie Yulai. But what are 7 and 9? They are twins who are only 5 minutes apart and have been closely connected since childhood. Such differential treatment will definitely neglect Kyo, and it will definitely make her feel sad and uncomfortable, and give rise to a sense of loss that she is not as good as her sister. This indirectly leads to Kyo's desire to win over Lee Yulai in the future. Chi Minjiao didn't have the light to support her when she was a child. It just so happened that Raku Sakakibara was the light that led Nanamijetsu forward when she was a child. Nowadays, the elder sister has to compete with her for the remaining light, which is why Chi Minjiao seems so unconvinced and uncompromising. Even though Chi Minjiao had all kinds of foresights, she was always extremely uneasy in her heart. This is why she always wants to consolidate her position and why she likes Sakakibara Raku and takes the initiative to kiss her. Everything stems from her inner uneasiness. Nana Mingzuki Sakakibara shouted to the girl next to him. What? Tianhai Chi Minjiao said calmly without any expression. I want you to feel safe in me. Tianhai Kaimingyu answered him with some contempt. I don't know if it's because your emotional intelligence has become higher recently, but you have brought back your inexplicable self-confidence before. But you feel that it's okay to lie to my sister, but you can't lie to me. Used. A sharp mouth, a tofu heart. Sakakihara looked at her side face with flaxen hair hanging down. Why do you say that? Tianhai Kaimingyu tucked the hair behind her ear. Since you don't want to feel safe from me, why do you keep asking me to kiss you? I'm just enjoying the pleasure of stealing items from my sister. That's not the case. Tianhai Kaimingyu turned away. July. If you say no, it's not. July. No matter how much you say. Wait, why are you pulling me? Come with me. Sakakihara pulled her to the second underground floor, into a dressing room next to the preparation room. There was no one here and the space was quite small. He took the initiative to push the Tianhaikiming moon wall against the wall and put his hand next to her face. The sky blue eyes as deep as the ice ocean of Tianhaikiming reflected his appearance. The girl had an expressionless face, leaning against the wall, her face slightly turned to the right, and she glanced at his arm that was supporting her shoulders. I have become a lot tougher recently. Tianhaikiming's voice was still very calm. 7 bright moons. Sakakibara's serious voice brought her eyes back to the front. She noticed that he was very close and his eyes were staring at her. What you up to? Are you not scared anymore? Sakakihara asked, staring at her. No, I know you won't do anything to me. Tianhaikiming faced his gaze openly. Their eyes met and stared at each other. Sakakibara took the initiative to kiss her on the mouth. Amami Nanami subconsciously pushed his chest with her hands, but before exerting any force, he suddenly left again. What did you do suddenly? I like you, July. Then, Tianhaikiming pursed her lips that had just been kissed. You suddenly kissed me. You like this, don't you? Tianhaikiming did not speak, which was regarded as acquiescence. But Chi Minjiu, I don't like you wholeheartedly. I understand. I also like Julie Yulai. So, Tianhai Chi Minjiu didn't like hearing this very much, and the dull expression on her face became even colder. So I have no way to give up Julie Yulai. Sakakibara continued to say seriously, I know I'm sorry for you, but I'm very sorry. I really can't let go of Julie Yulai. You hate me, and that's what you should do. After all, I am such a scumbag. But there is only one thing I will not give up, and that is I will not give up liking you, Chi Minjiu. Don't you think this is ridiculous? And you are kidnapping me based on your love. It's ridiculous, but I have no choice. As I said yesterday, I am not kidnapping you, but asking you for July. If you really can't accept it, I can understand it completely. I will try to chase you back, whether or not to agree is definitely your own choice. For Chi Minjiu. Kyo, you love me, I understand. But I'm sorry, I can only give you half of my love back. Do you accept it? Tianhaikiming did not answer any more. He has made it very clear that his love for him is not everything, and it is his own choice to leave or stay. If he wants to leave, he will stay, and he will try to pursue it. As for whether he agrees to stay, that is his own choice. Tianhaikiming was not afraid, but met his gaze and whispered. Scumbag. Yes, Sakakibara agreed. Maybe one day I will stab you in the back with a hatchet. This is your right. It's obviously your fault, but now you want to put the choice of whether to stay or go in my hands. I feel ashamed of you in Kyo, so even if you leave, I will try to find you. Based on your status and attitude towards me at this time. I like you, July. Sakakibara had no choice. There was really no choice in the face of this situation. All he could do was to try to express his feelings and ask Kyo for her forgiveness. He continued to look at Xiang Tianhaikiming's slightly emotional eyes, waiting for her answer. If she agrees, it means that she is willing to accept Sakakibara's current ideas. If she refuses, Sakakibara Rakia will still try to pursue her back. Is it necessary to talk about this now? It's not necessary, but I suddenly understood a lot of things just now. It's not inappropriate to ask now. So, Chi Minjiu, what's your answer? After Tianhaikiming was silent for a long time, she withdrew her eyes from looking at him, pushed him away and walked aside, folded her hands on her chest, turned her back to him and closed her eyes and said. Okay, do you want to perform the next performance well? Haven't you been looking forward to this scene? You agreed. Sakakihara looked at her back in a Western-style school uniform, not knowing whether he should be happy or not. I didn't say I agreed. July. Don't be so harsh at this time. I'm not being harsh. But I suddenly had another idea. What? The first time must be with me. Amami Nanamajetsu's words were not fluent, and Sakakibara Raku could probably see the awkwardness in her heart from the back of her arms. It seems that she doesn't like to say such words seriously. Of course she was joking casually, but obviously, she was serious at this time. Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Are you shy? Tian Haikaiminyu turned her back to him and asked. Huh? I thought it was gone. Admit it, I won't laugh at you. After all, you are just a virgin. After Tian Haiminyu finished speaking, she coughed twice to cover up her embarrassment. It sounds like you have a lot of experience. Besides, this is not something worthy of praise. Why did the topic suddenly change to this? Let me ask you whether you agree or not. You agree if I promise. I might agree if I reluctantly do so, but it's impossible now. Minjiu gave an ambiguous answer. Sakakihara Raku also heard what she meant, but no matter what, this was the condition for her to soften her attitude. Although this condition was very shameful. Then I'll just agree. Forget it? Why do you have to forget it? Are you uncomfortable being with me? Sakakibara now felt uncomfortable all over, and sighed, it's just a modal particle. Anyway, I just agreed. Okay, that's it, I'm going back. After Amami Nanamajetsu said these words, Sakakibara Raku watched her leave the locker room with his own eyes. The girl seemed to be escaping from the scene as quickly as possible. Sakakihara Raku's head was still very messy at this time. After all, Minjiu suddenly brought up that matter. At first glance, it seems quite outrageous. Why do you say this so suddenly? However, after calming down and thinking about it carefully, Tian Haikaimingyu's request was not unreasonable. She understood that as long as she did something like that to her, with her own character, there was absolutely no way she could not be responsible for her. There is also some desire to win over Julie Yulai. After all, she still didn't have the sense of security that she would win in front of Julie Yulai. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tio Yu Lan. Chapter 256. Brother, brother. It's the third team. It's almost our turn, it's our turn. Suzu Sakakihara kept tugging on Raku Sakakihara's arm. She looked excitedly at the stage, as if a fan saw her favorite idol smiling at her. Why are you so excited? Sakakihara Raku felt that his hand was being shaken by his sister. We're about to go on stage. Brother, aren't you excited? There are so many viewers in the audience. Indeed, looking down from the second floor, it was so dark that there were too many spectators. The dazzling neon lights combined with the sound that shook like an earthquake from the stage to the preparation room, made the heart just below the throat seem to tremble with the rhythm. Although Raku Sakakihara has participated in some very formal events, this was the first time he encountered such a fanatical atmosphere at a music scene. He saw the band, whose average age was over 50, setting themselves on fire on stage, and he also heard their explosive rhythm that seemed to burn the entire venue's air. The audience responds to them with raised hands and rhythmic applause all the time, and looks at them with the most serious eyes all the time, praising that the years are not old, and my heart is still passionate. Following their singing, Sakakihara Raku seemed to be immersed in that golden age. Even if he has never experienced it at all. This is probably the power of music. Sakakihara couldn't help but think that his hands, which had become calluses on his fingers after practicing bass before, couldn't help but start to tremble. Bro, are you feeling something too? It's a little bit. Brother, do you know that Yoshihara Senpai said that this stage has always been famous? Many famous current singers will perform here. It seems that the uncles who are performing now are very famous. I know it's a live house that can hold thousands of people after all. As for the band performing outside, don't you know the atmosphere of the audience? If it weren't for Yoshihara Senpai's management, it would really be impossible for him to be on this stage now. What did Yoshihara Senpai say? Ah, it seems to be, anyway, you all have the basics and your level is not bad, so if you want to have a small fight, just go to the biggest live performance, I'll help you sort out the relationship. When I first heard about this Sakakibara Raku, I was a little bit dumbfounded. Why does senior like to mess around so much? But the seniors are telling the truth. The strength of their team is different from that of ordinary bands. All they need is familiarity and training. Listening to the surging drum set outside the venue that pushed the atmosphere to the extreme, Sakakihara took a deep breath and looked deeply around everyone sitting around him. Zhigzhu, who had been watching her quietly, Chi Minjia, who was waiting quietly with her arms folded, found Julie Yulai, who seemed to be smiling at her, and Aling, who had been nagging in her ears, and in the preparation room. On the other side, Yoshihara Senpai was reminiscing with Miss Mito. Don't be nervous. I'm not. Raku Sakakibara tried his best to smile, I'm just a little excited thinking that we are about to make our official debut. Everyone from Runto, the staff wearing tags outside the door shouted to the people inside, please prepare. Okay, no problem, Sakakihara waved back and responded loudly. When the staff hurriedly ran out of the preparation room, Sakakihara stood up and encouraged everyone with a smile, no matter how you say it, no matter whether we are a band that has just been established, whether it is our first time to log in, when I go on stage, I ask everyone to be at their best. Sakakibara stretched out his hand to several people. Oh, Sakakihara Suzu reacted quickly and was the first to fold her hands. Then came Amami Yuki, who imitated Sakakihara Suzu and said oh with an indifferent expression. Yuki-chan. This oh has no momentum at all. Follow me and learn, oh, Sakakibara Suzu shouted, and at the same time, she raised her other hand energetically. Oh Tianhai's Higsu also imitated her and raised her hand. No, it's oh. 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 It's finally right. Then, it was Tianhai Julie Yulai who put her hand down. She smiled and said encouraging words to everyone, let's work hard together. In the end, only Amami Nanamajetsu was left with her hands on her chest. Sakakibara Raku looked at her, and everyone also looked at her. Under everyone's gaze, she was silent for a while. I don't understand why you are acting like a child and insisting on encouraging me in this way. Okay, let's put Nanami Mingzuki on too. After all, we are a band that has been practicing for a long time, and we can be considered a small group, Sakakibara said. Tianhai Kaimingyu raised her eyes to look at everyone in turn, and finally her eyes fell on Tianhai Julie Yulai's face. After seeing his sister smile at him, he still put his hand on top of her sister's hand and felt the weight of everyone below. There's really nothing I can do against you. Sakakihara laughed and said, isn't that great? So, in order to wish us a successful first appearance, let's all cheer together. No problem. Then get ready, 3, 2, 1. Sakakihara pushed his bottom hand up slightly. When everyone felt the feeling, when Sakakihara's voice ended, everyone shouted out at the same time with different tones and voices. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh. Asterisk. The song of the third band has ended. The audience is looking forward to their next performance with applause. The staff has already put Runto's respective instruments on the stage. Ms. Yoshihara held a lollipop in her mouth and just said to everyone, come on, I look forward to your original songs. The staff suddenly opened the door and shouted to everyone. Everyone in Runto, it's time to show up. Sakakibara Raku was the first to get up, followed by Kuruori, Chi Minjio, Zyuki, and Isuzu. Come on. There were no other too many words, just a simple cheer, and everyone followed the staff from behind the scenes to the stage in the center. The first moment he stepped onto the floor of the stage, Raku Sakakihara's eyes were blinded by the shaking of the lights on the ceiling above his head. When the lights drifted away and he opened his eyes again, he could already see the light at an extremely close distance. Seeing the audience looking at him under the stage, a pair of unfamiliar faces brought quite expectant looks, which made Sakakihara swallow his saliva. As he was marching, he couldn't help but look at Aling, Chiju, and Jishui, who were walking in front and already in place. A beam of light lowered from the ceiling, like a piercing dark cloud. The beam of light illuminated various musical instruments and also illuminated their figures. Aling's cute short hair, Kiju's flaxen shawl-length hair that seemed to be shining with light, and Zhixu's black waist-length hair that was as straight as a waterfall, were also conspicuous. They stood under the beam of light, and everything was dyed with a special splendor by the bright light and shadow. They stand on the stage, facing their instruments and the audience at the same time, with beautiful figures like the heroines of light novels. When Suzu picked up her black guitar, she put on the strap and at the same time, she raised her chin and smiled at Raku Sakakibara, who was behind her. That funny look that didn't depend on the occasion was a bit cute, but it seemed like she was deliberately mocking herself. Brother, aren't you feeling nervous? Sakakibara smiled in return. Raku Sakakihara was the last one to enter. He came to his microphone on the left side of the stage and picked up the BBP-34 bass displayed above. The moment he picked up the instrument, the lamppost on the ceiling also hit his head. The almost violent light effect opened up the darkness, nakedly exposing his posture and appearance. On the large stage in this basement. At the same time, thousands of spectators also noticed him at this time. Under the convergence of eyes and lights, the coldness of the metal strings on his fingertips and the heaviness of the bass strap on his shoulders could not help but become more and more clear to his feelings at this moment. The venue was very quiet, as if everyone was waiting for the band to start. As the team leader, Raku Sakakihara took the initiative to briefly introduce his newly founded band in front of the audience. From the time they walked to the stage behind the scenes in their school uniforms, many people had already discovered their identities as high school students. A rock band formed by high school students not long ago brought a sense of novelty to the audience who often come here to watch performances. At the same time, it also made them have certain doubts: can it be done, no problem, can it work, so young, and other questions and doubts have been conveyed to the hearts of everyone in the Runto band on the stage through their sight. However, leaving aside these old audiences who didn't know their band at all, Sakakihara Suzu was already very comfortable waving hello to the fans who came down to support her. She waved to the audience, showing how cute she was holding the guitar. Smile. And some of her die-hard fans were also happy because of her smile and response. Writing Suzuki-chan's LED support sign was raised above his head. When Raku Sakakihara looked at his biological sister standing under the light at this time, he suddenly felt a sense of relief that she has grown to this point. Aling's on-the-spot performance on the big stage was really good. After Aling said hello to the audience, she turned around with her guitar in her arms and smiled at everyone. That expression seems to be saying confidently, "You don't have to be afraid. I am completely present at the scene, and I can completely hold it." Sakakihara smiled and stood there holding Bess. Tianhaijuli Yuli smiled and responded by pressing two simple syllables on the electronic keyboard, and then sat down on the high stool on the keyboard stand. Amami no Yuki, a girl with a lackluster expression, just focused on the electric guitar in her hand, and her skillful skills had allowed her to actively adjust the tone of the electric guitar. As for Tianhai Kaimingyu, she raised her chin slightly frivolously, with a hint of Sister Chan, don't be too showy in her eyes. Then she clenched the drumsticks with both hands, buried her head, took a deep breath, and focused on in a huge drum set composed of bass drum, snare drum, tom drum, cymbal and other instrumental music. The expectations, doubts, and questions of the audience, the mutual encouragement of the band members, the skills they have honed over these days, and the songs they created are all displayed at this moment. It was about to start. After the light beam above his head was turned off, Sakakihara Raku also realized this. He held his breath as the atmosphere became quiet and dark. Everyone in the Runto band also closed their eyes in the darkness. Sound effects symbolizing the 4 beats began to sound along with alternating flashing lights. At the moment it ended, everyone couldn't help but mention it. Then, in the darkness, the piano sound with extremely clear and crisp tone began to flow, and the quaint and yet cold piano tune carved out a clear melody. The echoes that seep out from under the dark iceberg extend to the entire ocean. They are obviously many small syllables that are very urgent, but they seem to be spreading and drifting quietly. They are wrapped in countless broken ice and slowly wrap each. The soul of the creature gradually filled the entire concert hall. Every audience present, whether it is a new customer coming here for the first time or a regular customer coming here as a listener, they can't help but feel in their hearts when they hear this strange melody that they have never heard in pop music before. It felt strange for a while. Raku Sakakihara couldn't help but smile when he heard this piece of piano played by Kuruori on the stage. The genius girl's piano skills are naturally unparalleled. Even though he has listened to this new song many times, he still gets goosebumps as the tune flows out of Julie Yuli's fingertips. It's pure magic. Sakakibara couldn't help but sigh when he first listened to it. When Sakakihara heard this, he silently filled in the background of the piano with the bass, and slowly raised the tune upwards in conjunction with Kuruori's piano from low to high. Let the rhythm begin to simmer as if it is deliberately foreshadowing something. In this section, Tianhai Julie Yuli ends plainly with a syllable in a minor mode. However, at this moment, Tianhai's Higsyu's electric guitar was beyond everyone's expectations. It circled upwards, and the guitar tone quickly increased. In conjunction with it, Tianhai Kaimingyu suddenly burst out with a ferocious and thumping bass drum. With the passionate support of the 2 instruments, the new sound rendered by electricity goes into overdrive. The rhythm that fills everything instantly twists, mashes, and slices the air. The violent rhythm turned the calm ocean into a raging battlefield. The hearts of all the audience could not help but tremble, and their hand movements stopped subconsciously, focusing entirely on the 2 girls on the stage. The 2 girls obviously had expressionless faces, without any fluctuations in their expressions, but the rhythm they played could make the eardrums tremble. Under the violently dancing bright lights, the audience felt refreshed, as if some instinct in their hearts had been awakened. Their hearts beat faster, their hands clenched unconsciously, and their hearts unconsciously swayed with the rhythm. Stand up! This outstanding performance even made Alling's die-hard fans forget to wave their support sticks for a moment. They just froze their hands in the air and stared intently at the 2 girls on the stage who were both calm and furious. The screen on the other side of the stage used to broadcast live barrages kept floating over, "What's this, just kidding, performance I have never heard of or seen," and other comments. Even behind the scenes, in the preparation room, the experienced 4-piece band with an average age of over 50 did not expect that this high school student would actually play music that was novel to them behind the talented piano. After looking at each other, they walked out of the preparation room with understanding, wanting to go in and listen. The other singers and musicians in the preparation room who were on the stage tonight also stopped chatting, showed curiosity, walked out of the preparation room, and went to the steel plate loft on the 2nd floor to look at the 5 people on the stage. Nothing more than this, the ensemble between the 2 girls is so exciting. Applause was flying in the air, and lights were shining on the ceiling, blinding people. That's it, that's right. My heart is shouting, excited, and excited. Raku Sakakibara couldn't help but shuddered after hearing Natsuyuki and Yuki's ensemble on the stage. Their combos and legato were so popular. The kind of rhythm that washes away everything. The uneasiness, doubts, tension, and various emotions before going on stage were all transformed into a strange energy by the high-spirited music. This trembling energy affected Sakakihara. Raku made the emotions in his heart indistinguishable, and at the same time, it also dragged thousands of viewers at the scene and hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room into an abyss that was like a burning fire. The music swept the entire venue, and all the speakers on the lower stage blasted the high-spirited rhythm in unison. The audience was stunned for a moment, and their brains were shocked. By the time Sakakibara came back to his senses, they were already shouting overwhelmingly, with cheers and applause at the same time. Coming back and forth like a great tide. They washed Sakakihara's eardrums countless times, which made his body excited and made his hair stand on end. Even the clothes that he usually wore without any feeling felt as sensitive as jumping into a winter river at this moment. So comfortable. The rhythm of Zyuki and Nanamagetsu's ensemble gradually slowed down. Sakakihara Suzu held the guitar and pointed it at the parallel microphone in front of her. With a smile, the angel closed her eyes, and a serious and solemn singing flowed out. In a world that is constantly changing, how many times have countless worries come back? As the years keep passing by, the fragments of warmth in the memory have become decayed and rusty, and it is still difficult to find your own way forward. Tianhai Kaimingyu's drum beat catches the beat, and Tianhai's Higsyu's guitar is fast and high-spirited. But you can't admit defeat while you can still run. Life goes on. Once again, seize the dream you want, and once again seize the direction you want to move forward, even if you are alone. Even if you face insurmountable difficulties, you must grasp those dreams. All the brilliance that ignites hope. Turn the long night called loneliness into a power that transcends everything. This outburst caused Sakakihara Suzu's die-hard fans in the audience to cheer in unison, "Suzuki-chan." Suzu's singing reminded Sakakibara of the previous rehearsal. At that time, she was worried about what if a cute CEO like Suzu couldn't dub such lyrics that were obviously OG burn type, but as she said, "This is looking down on me." Yes, Sakakibara Raku should have thought a long time ago that Suzu usually has a lively and arrogant personality, so having her voice the role of a coquettish and cute girl is actually a deliberate attempt to embarrass her. She has the kind of personality that is flamboyant and eager to stand out. Here comes the second chorus. In addition to Sakakihara Suzu's singing voice dominating everything, whether it is drums, electric guitar, bass or electronic keyboard, they all serve as a foil to her singing voice. In the melodious voice that makes people gradually become more and more excited, Sakakihara Suzu closed her eyes and lengthened and raised her voice. Tianhai Kaimingyu instantly picked up the rhythm when she was finishing. The drumsticks struck by both hands stirred up a large number of golden particles in the light. Beat after beat, the lingering sound of the drum cymbals had burned out all the oxygen in the gaps. The crowd was already cheering, and the air was full of anticipation and excitement. Whenever Sakakibara used his bass to insert the notes into Nanamayu's drum beats, these feelings began to heat up and boil with his movements, with the feeling that his lungs were filled with excitement. Burning hot. With dry lips and teeth and a sore throat, Sakakibara could barely see the black Western-style school uniform that Suzu was wearing in the backlight. Her pleated skirt floated up with her movements, as graceful as flying. She finished singing a rhythm, and with a smile, she turned back and looked at herself. Sakakihara looked back at her purple eyes. Eyes facing each other. With just a look, Sakakihara understood what she meant. He laughed, approached the microphone in front of him, and used his own voice to intersperse with his sister's singing, matching each word with each other. And at the end of the male and female singing, there is Tianhai's Higsyu's terrifying electronic music that has no warning and can only be catered to with all the consciousness. This time, not only the audience, but also several guitarists watching on the second floor were stunned. What kind of devilish trick is this? Constant string bending, legato, and flying picking, the speed is already so fast that it is hard to breathe. Yuki. Raku Sakakihara couldn't help but feel a hint of bitterness in his heart. In the entire song, the rhythm led by Zyuki's electric guitar was the fastest, highest pitched, and most difficult to match. But he didn't want to be left behind at all, so he could only hold the bass tightly, and in the dazzling light that made people blind, he forcefully penetrated his own part into the snow, leaving the audience without any chance to breathe. To the surging electronic music. Even if there is even a momentary mistake, the performance may fall apart and become uncontinuable. Not only him, but also Tianhai Kaimingyu and Tianhai Yuli are following closely. Rhythm and drum beats poured out to the audience at the same time, and the lightning silver snake of the electric guitar danced wildly under the dazzling lighting effects of the ceiling. The final chapter of the song arrives. The 5 people on the stage have completely fallen into this exciting rhythm, Ling, Chi, Ju, Zhixu, and themselves. But isn't that what music is like? Let the rhythm wash over you, letting the notes sway your heart and body, overflowing with uncontrollable emotions and excitement. The stage is alive. Standing on it and recalling the times when you received applause in the past is as exciting as being reborn after a long drought. Go on, hurry up and let this storm-like music continue to wash away everything, and get confused in this deafening cheers. Let the brilliance on the stage shine upon you and make every move dazzling. Sakakibara lowered his head and smiled in his heart, not because of how outstanding their performances were, but because he was happy to be able to play this piece of music that they had completed together on the same stage with them. As for whether it was a success or not, the sight of thousands of people off the stage applauding their band of high school students when the music ended is enough to illustrate the success of their performance. Asterisk. Run to FOU, thank you everyone. Is it over? The light on the stage gradually moved closer to the audience seats. Hearing Sakakihara Suzu's concluding remarks as if she jumped up, Sakakibara subconsciously looked towards the ceiling. The sweat-stained hair on her forehead seemed to make the light spots in her sight become sticky and distorted. It was obviously just white light. Sakakihara Raku could only vaguely see the colorful colors in it. He let out a heavy breath of hot air and shook his head. The applause from the audience was still endless. Some audience members who seemed to have fallen in love with their band after listening to 6 songs kept shouting the slogan Runto. They raised their arms and shouted, repeating Runto, Runto continuously to cheer for the freshmen on the stage. Even the large LED screen next to the venue that displays live online comments is constantly scrolling with messages such as awesome, sounds great, it's too explosive, Suzuka competes high, such a barrage. Sakakibara knows that this is the audience's encouragement and support for their new band. After all, at the beginning, he also said that this band has not been established for a long time, and I am afraid that the cooperation will not be too good. One more song. Yes, one more song. But this effect seemed to be counterproductive. The audience seemed to encourage them to move on and to keep playing. Sakakibara Suzu had already looked back at her captain from the front. Sakakibara Rakus looked back at the team members who already looked very tired. Tianhai Yuli was already a little tired, Tianhai Kaimingyu, who was playing the drums, was even more exhausted. A Ling's voice seemed to be mute, not to mention Xiao Zhixu, the whole audience belonged to her rhythm. The most difficult thing to control is that she is also very sleepy now. The look she gave him almost said she wanted to sleep. In addition, Sakakihara Raku didn't prepare so many songs at all. He could only take the initiative to stand up and announce to the audience through the microphone. I'm sorry, everyone, because of the time limit, today's performance can only end here. Thank you very much for supporting a small band like us that has just been established. To be honest, I was not very confident when I went on stage. After all, If I were an audience member and heard a new band that had only been established for less than 2 months and whose members were all high school students, I would have doubts about their ability to play rock and roll well. I really understand this, and I also thank you very much for everyone's cheers and support. Raku Sakakihara gave a final speech to the audience with a thank you tone. But everyone didn't seem to want to appreciate it, and kept shouting Runto. Runto. Originally it was just a slogan shouted by a small group of Aling fans in the middle, but this slogan was like a wave, getting bigger and bigger, until it spread to the entire underground stage, even the guests sitting at the bar drinking. He turned around and yelled, imitating the gesture of raising his right arm and making a fist when they came on stage. It was hard to deny the warm welcome, and anyone could tell that this was an encore performance requested by the audience. When Sakakihara Raku heard these fierce slogans from Fang Xiang, he couldn't help but fall into a difficult situation. But we only prepared these few songs. Then let's perform your self-composed music together again. I can't seem to find it online now. I just listened to it once, and it's not satisfying at all, some audience members shouted at Raku Sakakibara under the lights. Well, it's true that Sakakihara Raku hasn't uploaded the video of their song yet. Sakakibara went to seek the opinions of the band members again, but they actually had nothing to say. Since the audience requested it, even if they were tired, it would not be impossible to fill in a few more songs. Raku Sakakihara talked about the situation with Miss Mito Hui, who was standing behind the scenes and was observing everyone, and then coordinated with the singer in the back. The other singer generously gave up his time, smiled and praised their performance. The high school students' band really opened their eyes. So, there was no break, just a few minutes spent coordinating. Raku Sakakihara once again ran from behind the scenes to the stage, and announced to the thousands of viewers in front of the microphone that he would agree to everyone's request to play a few more songs. Everyone in the stadium stood up, laughed, and clapped. Everyone in Runto regained their strength, and Raku Sakakihara also held the bass and approached the microphone again. He glanced at the staff in charge of lighting in the mixing room, and then faced the audience again. Then, let me formally introduce it to everyone again. Just a band member. Drummer, 7 bright moons in the sky and sea. The light fell on the girl behind the drum set, who looked very cold. Her long flaxen hair seemed to be diffused with golden light. In order to match the performance effect that Sakakibara just proposed, she was very reluctant. He beat out a rhythm with a drumstick, then turned away decisively. Sakakihara was pleased to see her expression, and immediately borrowed the microphone and joked to the audience. By the way, even though Chi Minjia from our band is so cold, she is actually a tsundere. She has a straight face, but she is very happy now. Amami Nanamajetsu didn't expect Sakakibara Raku to actually call her tsundere in front of the audience. She immediately turned her face away, and her expressionless look made her look a little angry. Look, it really is. Raku Sakakihara made the audience laugh immediately with a well-timed comment. After all, who doesn't like beautiful girls with beauty and personality? Then the next one, the pianist, Tianhai Julie Yulai. The light then fell on Tianhai Julie Yulai's face. She was sitting in front of the piano stand. She was as beautiful as Tianhai Kaimingyu, but her smile that seemed particularly gentle and majestic made everyone feel relaxed and happy. I believe everyone should have noticed that the Tianhai sisters in our band are actually twins. In fact, they were originally talented girls from a famous piano family. They are both top-notch geniuses in the classical world. It was useless to invite them to form the band. A lot of work. Vocalist, guitarist, Suzu Sakakihara, Yuki Amami. Hello everyone. Suzu Sakakihara held her guitar and waved to everyone naturally under the lights. Every move she made her seem like she was born for the stage. As for Yuki, she had no emotions to begin with. When Sakakibara introduced herself to everyone, she actually bowed down to greet her like a young lady. This made most people confused, but after Sakakihara Raku's introduction, everyone knew about her attributes of a facially paralyzed girl. As for me, I am the leader and bassist of this band. To be honest, staying with a group of dazzling beauties like them always feels stressful. It is really too tiring. I really hope I can have free time. One day later, in addition, even though the band has only been established for a short time, strictly speaking, they all have their own talents, and they are not essentially a band starting from scratch. Sakakihara smiled and hugged the bass again, then, please continue to enjoy the duet performance. Sakakihara put the microphone back into the distance. The emotional audience immediately responded with the warmest applause. Tianhai Yuli's quiet piano flowed again, Tianhai's Higsyu's electric guitar and Tianhai Kaimingyu's drum set pierced the darkness. Together with the lights, the entire underground stage was relit, and the audience was boiling again. Runta! 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 After the exciting rhythm and the enthusiastic cheers from the audience, Sakakihara Suzu's singing sounded again with a smile, and the lyrics flowed out of her throat again. Raku Sakakihara also held the bass and tried his best to polish every melody in the song. The lights followed Suzu's singing and shone on Sakakihara Raku's face. Through Amami Yuki's unparalleled electric guitar, the neon lights in the air seemed to be on fire, burning between reality and illusion. All kinds of lights. Under the flow of Amami Kururi's piano, Amami Nanamijetsu's drum beat disappears from the rhythm, accompanied by the chords of Sakakihara music, leaving only the endless clear reverberation of the sound. Stand on the stage and look around. Surround yourself with familiar, completely trustworthy companions. With everyone's full cooperation, all the performances became bold and interesting. Sakakibara played light chords, and Sakakibara Suzu's singing followed closely. Sakakibara Suzu's singing gradually disappeared, and then Amami Kururi's harmonious piano sounded, and then the drums and electric guitars of Amami Nanamayu and Amami Nwayuki burst out together. Sakakihara Raku cooperated with Amami Kururi to lay down the last strings with a pick, looked at the audience on the underground stage filled with lingering sounds, and took the lead in raising his right hand. Then Ling, then Higsu, Julie Yuli, and finally the very reluctant Tianhai Kaimingyu. The roar of applause from the audience blew past his face, and the diffused light covered the sweat-stained hair on his forehead. As the audience shouted Runto, one after another, Sakakihara Raku, as the captain, sweated and bowed down to thank everyone, the thousands of viewers present and the hundreds of thousands of people on the live broadcast. Thank you everyone. Because this chapter is 2 chapters long, it's a long time late. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tiu Lan. Chapter 257. The show is over. Behind the scenes, Raku Sakakihara zipped up his bass bag and let out a mouthful of hot, turbid air that had been hidden in his lungs. Call. This state of cooling down the brain after the passion is the most exhausting. The performance of 6 songs, which originally only lasted for more than 40 minutes, was forced by the audience to extend to 11 songs, and they would not let them go until the performance was completed. Sakakibara had no choice but to use up her energy to play as hard as she could. When it comes to being tired, the most tiring people are Ling, Ji Shui, and Chi Minjiu. Whether they are singing, playing electric guitar or playing drums, being in a band is a very tiring job. As soon as she returned to the preparation room, Suzu Sakakihara was like an old woman, holding her hands on her waist and shouting, "I'm so exhausted, I'm so exhausted, I can't live anymore." Wait, it's understandable that you're tired, but why don't you, a lead singer, pinch your throat? But holding on to the waist? Complaints are complaints. Sakakibara Raku's current mental state is also a state of exhaustion where he just wants to go back to sleep quickly. As for Tianhai's Higsu sitting next to her, She had closed her eyes and her little head was nodding and shaking forward. Apparently, just give her a place to lean on and she'll fall asleep in no time. 7 and 9 are in good condition and appear to be normal. It's normal to look normal, but Sakakibara Raku is sure that they are also tired. However, they are the kind of people who rarely express their needs outside, so they will try their best not to show rude actions outside. Snap, snap, snap. Quite short applause sounded from the front. Raku Sakakihara raised his head and saw now Yoshihara, who was smiling with a lollipop in her mouth and clapping her hands together in a small way. It's a good performance. Congratulations, congratulations. Although tired, Sakakibara still enjoyed this performance. During this period, I also had doubts and unconfidence about my small band, but judging from the results just now, their performance was undoubtedly a success. Thank you, Senior Sakakibara smiled. Now Yoshihara saw Raku Sakakihara's smile and covered her smiling cheek with one hand. Don't you know, Sakakihara-kun, not to smile at girls casually. What's wrong? It seems like Sakakibara-kun you still don't know the charm of your smile. When Yoshihara-senpai made such a joke, Sakakihara Raku suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a 9 charm. It's not that he lacks self-confidence, but that the charm of this 9 is of no use to the younger sisters in his family, and they are not the kind of people who value looks. Is Sakakibara-kun popular at school? It's not bad. Someone came to confess to me before. Huh? And then what? Agree? No, Senior. Why are you asking this? Aren't we talking about the band? Sakakibara was chatting with his senior when Minazuki suddenly fell on his shoulder. Sleeping very peacefully. This look happened to be seen by a Ling, who was drinking water across from him, and her eyes were looking straight this way. His eyes were full of vigilance towards the girl who was sleeping on her elder brother's shoulder. Just curious, now Yoshihara saw this scene, and also noticed some of Sakakihara Suzu's glances, and smiled even more interestingly. It seems that Yuki-chan is already tired. Yes, that's right, after all, you guys made up the music is novel and difficult enough. I'm afraid it would be difficult for someone with less than 10 years of experience to perform Yuki's skills. I won't say too many useless words. I'll drive you home. It's a bit late. What about the musical instruments? The drum set and electronic keyboard are not easy to move. Let's put it here first. There is a storage room. Just tell Huey and I let's go. Sakakibara-kun, put Yuki on your back. Look, she's already asleep. Sakakibara turned his eyes to his shoulder and saw Minazuki's little face that was slightly deformed because it was pressed against his shoulder. Looking at it from this perspective, I suddenly felt that she was really cute when she fell asleep leaning against him like this. Okay, it's time to go back, Raku Sakakibara said. Then he squeezed Minazuki's arm that felt a little cool, helped her up, and informed the 7 and 9 people who were drinking hot water and resting not far away, and then left. He took Zhigzyu's arm and put it on his back, preparing to carry her on his back. Stinky Lele, you really have to carry it. Why do you have to carry every girl on your back? I'm obviously very tired, okay. Sakakibara Suzu felt jealous, muttered something about the central air conditioner, put down her water glass and walked over quickly. What are you doing? Sakakibara stopped Yuki's movements and saw his sister who suddenly reached out to support Yuki. I'll carry it, after Sakakihara Suzu said, she quickly put the sleeping Zayuki on her back. Sakakibara Raku didn't care who carried the snow, but Suzu came over in such a hurry and asked to carry the snow. Maybe she was jealous. When I think of my arrogant old girl being so jealous of me. Sakakihara Raku was also quite happy. Putting the base in the trunk, Raku Sakakihara got into the passenger seat, and Ms. Yoshihara drove the van through the city at 2 in the morning. Yoshihara-senpai didn't seem to be sleepy yet. She talked endlessly about the reactions she saw from the audience and the words she heard them say. By the way, the most discussed discussion I heard was about twins and dead-faced rock girls. Haha, Sakakibara-kun, do you know how huge the contrast between Yuki and Nanamijiyo looked in the audience at that time? It was explosive. The rhythm, the extreme metal music that can make people float to the sky just by listening to the sound. When I looked on the stage, there were no punk rockers or singers who were so excited that they could smash their guitars. There were only two three-faced girls strumming the guitars expressionlessly. As Yoshihara-senpai drove, he became more and more excited as he talked. Sakakibara Raku was really sleepy at this time, and could only barely listen to his senior's chatter with half-closed eyes. Looking back from the corner of his eye, he realized that everyone, whether it was Aling, Jishui, or Chiju, had closed their eyes and fell into a short slumber. By the way, I forgot to tell you, now Yoshihara held a lollipop in her mouth and held the steering wheel. The live house where you performed this time is quite famous. How famous are you? Raku Sakakihara was sitting in the passenger seat, feeling that the lights and neon lights of the vehicles on the street were a bit dazzling. Does Zeppo know? I don't know. I think I saw the name of live house when I entered the underground stage, wasn't it? It's a name. Now Yoshiwara turned the steering wheel and drove the car to the right. The girls behind also fell to the right, and Suzu and Yuki fell together. But Zeppo doesn't just refer to this live house today. Actually, it is a venue brand operated by the Sony Group. It has many branches across the country and is one of the live houses that is very well known throughout the country. Today we went to the Zeppo branch in Tokyo. Sony, Sakakibara woke up a little. Well, hey, don't tell me you haven't heard of Sony. Of course I've heard of this. So do you understand what this means? Sakakihara's head was in a daze. The shaking of the car and the neon lights on both sides of the street outside the glass made him sleepy. He frowned and thought for a while before he understood what Miss Yoshihara meant. Miss Yoshihara said, when we started just being on a very high-ranking stage. This stage will increase our popularity or something. Bingo. Yoshihara now responded playfully and shook her left index finger. She glanced at Raku Sakakibara, who was in low spirits, with her little tiger teeth exposed. Then she turned the steering wheel with both hands and continued driving while looking ahead. I didn't expect Sakakibara-kun to be sleepy. Are you still so clear-headed? Indeed, according to the reality, you have already stepped onto a big stage, and your debut is your peak. Well, it's not exactly your peak, at least you have made an appearance, just like some talent shows like The Rookie King. I believe that after today's live, many people in the music industry will start to inquire about your background. After all, you can perform so well in Zeppo Tokyo, you definitely have the ability. Is it? Yoshiwara now nodded while holding the steering wheel, that's for sure. Julie Yulai and Chi Minjiwa must be the first to be found out. After all, there is information about them, and you can find it out with a little search. Then there is Aling, the popular newcomer. She's a voice actress. Our office doesn't know about her joining the band, but it's not a problem for Suzu now, and no one will embarrass her. Then there are Yuki and Sakakibara-kun. I don't know your current skills. I don't know if I should use the term newbie in the band to describe you. When I first saw you guys, I felt like you were just a bunch of veteran musicians who got together to form a band. Haha, and because of the incompatible personalities, you can't even sing the most ordinary songs. Not playing well. Yes, that's what it feels like. Yeah, he reluctantly responded. I won't talk about the others. They all have a solid foundation in music theory. This is also the most difficult part of learning an instrument. But Sakakihara-kun, your bass progress is too fast. I studied music theory knowledge in school with Nanami Mingzuki for a period of time. The car was swaying, and Sakakihara felt that he couldn't bear it anymore, so he leaned his head against the car window and closed his eyes. Let me tell you, you guys are all geeks. Do you know how much effort it took when my band was formed to develop the skills to a level that can be perfected for live performance? If you were in the past, I would see you now, will definitely treat you guys as monsters. Are the rumors about the legendary high school students leading the world actually true? Haha, it's too far off. Of course, the most important thing for a band is their original songs. Only this will allow the band to form a distinctive feature and identity among the audience. Listening to Yoshihara Senpai's endless chatter while driving, Sakakihara Raku could only answer with a weak nasal voice. The sound of the car engine sounded like a lullaby to him. By the way, speaking of music, have you uploaded the MV for your song? Why can't I search it on the internet? I saw that many viewers were discussing this after your performance. Oh, why did you fall asleep? You have to carry your little girlfriends upstairs later. I'm too lazy to help you with this. The car stopped at a traffic light intersection. Yoshihara now pushed Sakakihara Raku, the co-pilot, several times. She felt that even the remaining nasal sound was gone, so she turned back to look at him. The light from the red light fell on his face through the car glass. A look of peace on his face. Now Yoshihara laughed. Sleep quite soundly. She withdrew her gaze, slightly adjusted the rearview mirror in the car, and looked through the mirror at the girls swaying around in the back seat, leaning against each other. It's really exactly the same. Yoshihara now shook her head, smiled and continued to put her hands on the steering wheel. The lollipop in his mouth smelled of citrus, and the vehicle gradually drove towards the end of the road in downtown Tokyo, where the lights were still bright at 3 o'clock in the morning. Asterisk. Ding 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 ding. Snapped. The sound stopped suddenly. The next morning after the performance, Raku Sakakihara frowned and covered his ears with a pillow. However, the sound of the alarm clock was so loud that he had to turn it off. He was so exhausted last night that he didn't even have the energy to take a shower. He went home and fell asleep. Even without opening his eyes, he could feel the pain all over his body. Can playing bass be so tiring? The consciousness that has not yet woken up makes Sakakihara Raku have no idea of continuing to delve into this issue. He just wants to sleep now. Sakakibara closed his eyes and couldn't help hugging the pillow in his arms tighter with his hands. There is nothing more comfortable than being woken up by an alarm clock and then being able to continue sleeping peacefully. The pillow in his arms was comfortable, and the sense of security made him feel a sense of leisurely comfort. This feeling of comfort made Sakakihara couldn't help but put his legs up. Also, it's so comfortable. The relaxed awareness in your mind speaks to this thought. My fingers couldn't help but scratch. He only felt that the pillow was not only soft, but also had a gentle warmth, and it also contained a faint fragrance. Cozy, so comfortable. Sakakibara couldn't help but tighten his hands a little. He was thinking about how his pillow was so comfortable, and then he just wanted to continue sleeping like this. Pillow. 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 Throw pillow. Wait a minute, why do you have a pillow? Raku Sakakihara seemed to realize something, and opened his eyes suddenly. He suddenly lifted his quilt outward, and a head of long black hair appeared in his field of vision. I saw Tianhai's Higsu huddled in her bed. Her eyes were slightly closed, her hands gently pressed against her chest, her soft eyelashes were clearly visible, and her sleeping face was beautiful and gentle. She breathed quietly, and the comfort of sleep filled her already clean face with a tranquility called purity, as if her whole body had merged into a white cloud. In this fairy tale-like scene, she is like a cute kitten that has found a warm nest and clings to her. If you look further down, you can see beyond her side face as white as snow and see her fragrant shoulders where the shoulder straps have slipped. The skin there is snow white, but it also has a little girlish cherry pink color. Coupled with the dress and nightgown she was wearing, which could only be worn by young girls, she felt even more petite and cute in her arms. Sakakihara Raku, who had hardly woken up, was immediately stunned when he saw her petite shoulders with the sling slipping off. Zhigzhu. What's happening here? Why is Zhigzhu in her bed? After Sakakibara realized what he was sleeping with between his legs as if waking up from a dream, he immediately wanted to slap himself on the forehead. If Chi-Chi discovers this, she won't be able to explain it without being stabbed with a black face. Now he just wants to get up quickly and push Tianhai's Zhigzhu away from his arms. But the push away made the girl in his arms show signs of waking up. Her slender eyelashes fluttered slightly, then opened quickly. Within a moment, Sakakibara's eyes met the hazy girl on the other side of the pillow. Dot. Dot. Amami no Yuki seemed to be gradually waking up, and her eyes began to stare unblinkingly at Sakakihara Raku, who had a raised face on the opposite side and had already moved away from her. The girl tilted her head in confusion, as if wondering why he looked unhappy. Happy, she shouted softly without emotion. Sakakihara Raku saw her face close at hand under the quilt, and her snowy shoulders with the shoulder strap slipped off. When he smelled the unique cedar-like aroma on her body, Sakakihara couldn't help but lament in his heart. He tried to calm down. Zhigzhu, why are you here? Come for fun. What do you want from me? Sleep together. Why do we sleep together? Because I want fried ice cream in the morning. Sakakihara tried his best to resist the feeling of hitting her head with his fist, and said, I don't have fried ice cream under the quilt. Besides, don't you tell me differently when you get up in the morning? Tianhai's Zhigzhu seemed to notice that he was angry. The girl was in doubt, but still had a pure white natural expression. Want to rub your breasts? Sakakibara couldn't bear it anymore and hit her on the head with his fist. You, don't say such shameful words with a calm face. And why does rubbing my chest make me feel less angry? Tianhai's Zhigzhu closed her eyes for a moment, lowered her head slightly, and then slowly opened her eyes to look at him again. Pain. It's only painful so that you can remember it longer. Le is the bad guy. Don't say bad things about me, I didn't do anything at all. Sakakihara clenched her fists to endure something, and wanted to hit her on the head again. Le is really incomprehensible. What's wrong with me? Obviously Mingle just hit me. It's obviously hard for you to understand, okay? I just want fried ice cream. It's harder to understand. Any explanation is in vain for this naturally stupid girl. Well. Sakakibara turned his body so that his back was facing Amami Yuki, whose snowy shoulders were exposed behind him. He closed his eyes and sighed deeply toward the wall of his bedroom. Sure enough, someone had arranged a peach blossom array on his bed. Women appear every day. After all, who did this? Sakakibara sighed again. Be happy and don't be sad. I'm not just tired. The breasts can be massaged. I won't rub it. Very comfortable. No need for you to explain. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tio Yu Lan. Chapter 258. Get up. Dot. Hey Zhigzhu, you can get up now. Dot. Get up. Dot. Even so, Tianhai's Zhigzhu still had no reaction. It wasn't until Sakakihara approached her and shouted the word fried ice cream that she was awakened and activated like a programmed program, and her blank eyes gained some focus. I haven't woken up yet, Amami Yuki said softly to Raku Sakakibara in front of him. Their noses were so close that they were only a few centimeters apart. If they concentrated a little, they could even feel each other's breathing. Is your activation key really just fried ice cream? Raku Sakakihara retracted his head, stood up straight beside the bed, held his forehead and shook it in a troubled way. If you don't wake up, Snow, you can go back to your own room and sleep. No, Tianhai's Higsu stared at him. What are you doing? This is my room. Raku Sakakihara stared back at this beautiful girl who would make people shy just by looking at her without fear. The smell on the bed is very good. Tianhai's Higsu looked like she was reluctant to leave. She buried her nose in the quilt he had covered with her and used the quilt to cover half of her little face, revealing only a pair of bright eyes. Eyes looked at him. It looked like he didn't want to leave at all, so he stayed on. Sakakibara Raku was even more troubled. The fact that he had slept with her all night when he got up today was already troublesome enough. What is the reason for this? Why did Zyukazu suddenly become a perverted girl? What does perversion mean? Tianhai's Higsu poked his head out again. Pervert means you are smelling my body now. I'm very sorry. Come on, get up. Well, don't. Sakakibara reached out to pull the quilt, but Amami no Yuki held on tightly. The two of them pulled for a while, until Sakakibara almost pulled her out of the bed along with the quilt before they were forced to stop. If possible, Sakakihara Raku could just carry Zyuki back to her bedroom. But Sakakibara didn't want to make too much noise this early in the morning, so being seen by Chi-Chi was not a good thing at all. I really lost to you. Raku Sakakihara sat helplessly on the edge of the bed, turning to look at Amami Nazuki lying on his pillow. So, what are you going to do before you are willing to go back? Not going back. Reason? I really like the smell of the quilt. Tianhai's Higsu was very honest. The more you like it, the more perverted you become. Raku Sakakihara smiled kindly. Then what should you do if I tell Zyuki that you have become a pervert and will no longer be able to eat fried ice cream? Tianhai's Higsu sat up directly. The right shoulder strap of her pajama dress naturally slipped off Shue's shoulders, and her slightly messy straight black hair was scattered behind. No, she moved her legs and moved closer to Sakakibara Raku. Sakakibara laughed. Well, Miss Yuki, if you don't want to be a pervert, please go back to your room quickly. Raku Sakakibara noticed that Yuki Amami was staring at him and was suddenly in a daze. You don't want to eat fried ice cream in the future? Think. Then get up quickly. Hey, Yuki. Yuki-chan. Sakakihara Raku found that Tenkai Yuki seemed to be in a state of thought. Nale is also a pervert. Tianhai's Higsu's eyes regained some light. Why do you say that? Because Le likes to smell Xiaoqi's body, just like me. Sakakibara admits that she likes to smell the fragrance of Nanamijiu. She is usually upright and well-groomed, and her body is full of fragrance. Ken. How did you know? Le said so himself. Sakakibara frowned. When did I tell you this? When you hold me at night. Last night. Sakakihara Raku has no memory at all, talking in your sleep. Yes, Tianhai's Higsu nodded, and then added, Li Huan kept calling Xiaoqi's name and said her chest smelled so good. I dreamed about Xiaoqi. It's a pity that he doesn't remember what he dreamed about in the dream, otherwise he would have to tell Xiaoqi. Then what? Then Le talked a lot and asked if you could let me touch you in July. What are you touching? Sakakihara asked, feeling something was wrong. Tianhai's Higsu was stunned at first, and then blankly covered the place under the white skin of the collar of her white dress with her hands. She was explaining to Sakakihara Raku through actions. Under the gaze, her own hands moved. It has softness that is visible to the naked eye. That's it, Tianhai's Higsu explained expressionlessly. There was silence for quite some time. Sakakibara couldn't help but look away. He turned his face away and couldn't help but sigh. Feelings, I was dreaming about doing this with Kyo. You, stop rubbing yourself. Oh, Tianhai's Higsu stopped moving. What is this? If Chi-Chi knew that he was dreaming of rubbing her breasts, he would probably have glanced at her with a look of contempt that could kill someone. She had used the dream about July as a joke for a long time. Sakaki Hararaku was too embarrassed to see her. But it should be okay now. The relationship between me and Xiaoqi now is not ordinary. Now I can kiss her whenever I want and push her against the wall, and she doesn't dare to resist. But wait, I was dreaming about July, but what I was holding last night was... Sakakibara looked at Minazuki again, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. I was talking in my sleep and then made a request to Kyo, right? He quickly asked, what happens next? Then I agreed. Ji Shui, say it again. I agreed. Sakakibara glanced under her sharp collarbone and fully realized what he had done last night. Calm down. This doesn't mean anything. He must have stopped at the critical moment. Sakaki Hararaku has always been confident in his self-control ability, and he definitely maintained it in his dreams. After finishing the meal, he said, thank you for the treat. Snapped. Sakakibara slapped his forehead and faced the ceiling with a desperate expression. It's over, it's really over now. Apart from anything else, if Kyo and Liulai knew about this, I was afraid that I would have to kneel on the washboard that night. He didn't want to be caught before he got married. From now on, he would have no say in front of Kyo and Liulai and would have to listen to them on everything. Moreover, one of the 792 people is hiding and the other is showing up. If they find out, the days to come will definitely be dark. There is no time to stand out. It's impossible for the waist to be tough again in this life. Zhigzhu, you. After hearing this request, don't most girls just sternly refuse it? Even if you like him a little bit, most girls will be shy and decline. Why did I come to you and I agreed directly? Le still want to rub it? I do not want. Oh. At this point, Sakaki Hararaku doesn't want to say anything more about Yuki. Ever since Yuki brought her mother's diary to him that day, Sakaki Hararaku found that his attitude towards Yuki became more and more subtle. I don't say that I like her very much, but I just don't want her to be alone. Her world was white, a snow-white color with almost no fluctuations. Sakaki Hararaku has always felt this way. Only when she called him Le and when she looked at him from the corner when he came home, did Sakaki Hararaku feel that there was a little more sparkle in her eyes. Le, it's time to have breakfast. It's time to wash your face. Nail, take me to wash my face. Why do you want me to go with you? Because I like having fun. Don't like me. Like music. Don't like me. Like music. No, forget it, you'd better go and wash your face quickly. Wash your face yourself and I'll make something delicious for you. Good. Asterisk. That's how things happened with Wano Snow this morning. Nothing has changed, except that Raku Sakakibara likes the feeling of taking care of her after cooking. This is essentially the same as taking care of Aling and Kiju. Watching them gradually fall in love with the dishes they cook, and gradually sit together harmoniously in the morning, eating a comfortable breakfast with peace of mind. Sakakibara suddenly felt that it would be good to be their backing, take care of their daily life, and hear his warm welcome home every day when he came back. Maybe this is the sense of life. I feel happy when I see pairs of small leather shoes lined up in the entrance hall of my home. Brother. I'm not full yet. Serve it yourself. What the hell? After breakfast, no, technically speaking, it was lunch. Everyone who went to bed in the early hours of the night basically had no energy on the second day of the performance, and it was even impossible to get up early. After lunch, everyone started doing their own things. Chi Minjai read a book leisurely, Juliuli played the latest game she bought, Aling continued to watch TV series, and Zhigzhu was pulled by her in a daze while watching TV series with her. It could be seen that everyone was tired from the passionate performance on stage last night and began to relax. Taking advantage of this free time, Sakaki Hara sat down in front of his computer. The current task of composing new songs has allowed him to achieve a master-level base level. That leaves a second supplementary goal. That is to say, if the song is uploaded to the internet and gets at least 1 million views, the rewards are 50 million yen, finance LV4, master. These two things must be taken down for sure. So Sakakihara Raku was ready to start working on the new song video. Although he had slept for almost a day and something like Yuki happened in the morning, Raku Sakakibara still hadn't forgotten the enthusiastic performance of the band on the stage yesterday. So he relied on the key information that Ms. Yoshihara mentioned to him last night, tapped the keyboard with both hands, and searched for information about the live stage Zeppo Tokyo on the internet. The first one. The second one, it should be this one, Zeppo Tokyo's official YouTube account. Let me take a look. Entering the web page, under the official YouTube account with the username Zeppo Tokyo, Sakakihara found the video about yesterday's live show. Views, 3.5626 million, comments, 8,321. This amount of views. Should it be said that it is a very large and well-known live house that can accommodate thousands of people? This is a video posted at around 2 a.m. last night. And it is still an untrimmed live replay. It has been viewed more than 3 million times in less than a day since its release. Why are there so many? Raku Sakakihara stared at the account avatar of Zeppo Tokyo, and suddenly remembered the chat with Ms. Yoshihara while riding in the car last night. She said that Zeppo, a live house, is also a venue brand operated by the Sony Group. It has many branches across the country and is of that type. One of the very famous live houses in the country. If this is the case, then the singers and bands who perform with them are all relatively famous people in the circle, right? Sakakihara Raku had just joined the circle and was not very clear about it yet, so he tapped the keyboard again to search for the teams from yesterday. It's okay if I don't search, but I'll be shocked if I search. All are famous singers on the list. No wonder Sakakihara Raku always felt that the songs they sang had been heard somewhere before. It turned out that they were all famous on the Oricon singles chart. In other words, in fact, the small band that just debuted with me yesterday was sandwiched in the middle of a bunch of famous old singers. When I opened the comments, it turned out that many people were discussing this matter. My Jack. Absolute suppression. Wait a minute, how come I haven't heard of the band that came out fourth? There were quite a few replies on this floor, so Sakakihara clicked through them and took a look. The first dozen or so levels all contained similar responses, same feeling, really never heard of it, as if it came out of nowhere. Then follows. Don't you think all the girls in Runto are good looking, girl rock, the style of music is great. Newcomer band. It's not like a new band at all from a technical perspective, I don't see anything jerky about their instruments. Floor 19, wait a minute, the lead singer seems to be Saka. Reply to floor 19, it's Saka. At this point in the comments, it seems like someone recognized Suzu-chan. Suddenly there was a group of fans following dozens of floors below Suzuki-chan, on board. Why doesn't Raku Sakakihara remember that Suzu has this joke? Folding this comment, Sakakihara continued to scan the comment area. The thousands of comments are really a mixed bag, some are calling their idols, some are just giving thumbs up, some are commenting on the quality of this live, some are emotional based on the lyrics of some songs and even include several crying emojis. Regardless of these for now, after all, the singers and bands that appear have their own fan base. In fact, the most discussed topic below this video is about Runto, a band from high school students that I have never heard of and don't know where it came from. A mysterious netizen made a very detailed analysis and was pushed to the top of the comments, with tens of thousands of likes. He detailed information about every band member he could find online. The 7 bright moons in the sky and the 9 colored glazes in the sky. The information involves every competition event and ranking they have participated in, such as the International Mendelssohn Award, British Classical Music Award, Galileo 2000 Lifetime Music Award for Young Musicians, etc. are listed one by one. Come Out. It mainly describes the achievements of the 792 people in the past. These things were so detailed that Sakakihara Raku had to call him a good guy after seeing them. I didn't even know so much. Then the netizen Aling also came out. In fact, it's not a lie. Aling is a public figure and you can search for her on Wiki. A popular new voice actor, who mainly voices younger sister characters, is still a high school student. But what has made her popular recently is actually her gentle character. She often shares her life on Twitter. She often says that at home she says her brother's cooking is delicious, but outside she says she is not very satisfied with what she ate today. Netizens laughed and dubbed him Brother Controller. She was often teased about this during live broadcasts with other voice actors, and every time Suzu Sakakihara would deny it with a friendly smile. So her persona online is that of a gentle sister. Sakakibara Raku also posted a few pieces of information, probably about the fact that he once participated in a Kyoto competition and won a prize. These things can be searched on the internet. Among the few people, Zhigsu was the most pitiful. A few simple words, no information yet. Seeing this, Sakakibara Raku felt dumbfounded. Although Zhigsu was indeed a squatter at home, he had been using oil pipes for 5 or 6 years after all. Recently, she opened a new account. Even though she only has a few thousand fans now, she has some traces on the internet, but no one recognized her. This netizen also speculated based on what is known that they are a small band that has just been registered, and they are a kind of spontaneous entertainment, so there is no information available on the internet. There are thousands of replies below the comment. When Sakakibara came to his senses, he realized that he had spent 2 hours just reading the comments. In the past 2 hours, this video has been played more than 4 million times, and there have been so many comments that Sakakibara can't even finish it. The most common comment he saw was "It sounds great, is this pop rock combined with classical music, why can't I find this song, where is their band's official account?" A large group of netizens at Runto tried to call them out to give a response. Even Fujino, who was traveling with his own girlfriend during the winter vacation, sent him a line, "What the hell are you doing, Sakakibara? Why did you suddenly go to play in a band? It's so trendy." Sakakibara seems to know about it. Just relying on the influence of appearing on the Zeppo stage, their band has briefly become a hot topic on the internet. As for the response from netizens seeking songs and the band's official account, those guys are either reading novels, playing games, or watching TV, and they don't pay attention to the comments on the internet at all. Alas, they are either the eldest or the second young lady, so how can they pay attention to you? In order to take care of the mood of some fans on the internet, Sakakihara felt it was necessary to stand up. He found a pen, opened his notebook, and immediately wrote down his 2 current goals. First, register an official account. Secondly, the new song must be uploaded, and it cannot be sliced live. If it is not sincere, it cannot be regarded as the band's official debut song. I have to shoot a video and edit a MV for a new song. Yes, that's right, MV. Just use photography to draw materials. The threshold for painting is too high and is not suitable for them. Moreover, the lyrics tend to be youthful in style, mainly telling about the unique melancholy and troubles of teenagers and girls, as well as the growth gained after finding the way forward and the passion to continue living. It's just that the composition is a little more exciting and has a slightly middle-of-the-road feel. Raku Sakakihara thought so at first, but he didn't expect that Nanami was right. Now the audience likes this feeling. It is very suitable to use photography to shoot MV for this kind of subject. Sakakihara suddenly felt happy. He felt that he couldn't wait for the 792 people to appear in the camera at the same time. In summer, under the shade of mottled trees, a girl stays on the beach by the sea. She is wearing a white dress, holding a small straw hat in her hand, the sun is shining on her head, and the breeze brings the faint fragrance of linen and the sound of the sea. Well, the 7 and 9 people will definitely look very good in this environment. Even though it's winter, they most likely won't take photos like this. But when he thought about being able to take portrait-like photos and videos for a few people, he still looked forward to it for some reason. Sakakihara pushed the pen and paper in his hands, leaned back on the chair, put his head in his hands and looked at the ceiling and began to lose consciousness. MV. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tio Yu Lan. Chapter 259. We need everyone to work together to shoot a youth-themed MV. When Sakakihara told this idea to Nanami, she nodded in agreement. The new song does need a video, but have you chosen the location? The old capital, Kyoto. Kyoto, Tian Haikaiminyu didn't expect that he would suddenly want to go to this place, but seeing the joy in his eyes, it seemed that he had already made corresponding plans. Why do you suddenly want to go to this place to shoot the MV? No reason. Tian Haikaiminyu gave him a look that said, do you think I will believe you? Then he put down the library book in his hand, folded his hands on the book cover, and said with a straight face, I remember that you seem to have always wanted to go to Kyoto. Oh, it's hard for Chikio to still remember that I want to go to Kyoto. I know whether you have hair or not. Tian Haikaimingyu's calm eyes looked more condescending through her cold gold glasses. This time you probably want to take the opportunity of taking photos to visit Kyoto. Trip. As expected of July. It's a rare winter vacation. We haven't gone out for fun yet. Last time I went out with you on my birthday. Sakakibara sat down next to her. Tian Haikaiminyu saw that he was about to cling to her shamelessly again, so she directly interrupted him and said, okay, I know you want to go out for fun, but please give me a reason why I have to go. It's already reached this point, Xiaokio, you still want to be arrogant, right? Sakakibara coughed twice. Actually, Juliuli has agreed to go out with me, as have Zyuki and Ling. There was silence for a while. You told me about this at the end, Tian Haikaiminyu said. I don't value Yukio the most, that's why I told you last. Not going. Not going? This won't work. Sakakihara was happy to see her turn her pretty face to the side, and quickly leaned into her ear and shouted, July. Not going. July. If you don't go, you won't go. Tian Haikaiminyu turned her face away again. Sakakihara spoke loudly in her ear, Nana, you. Tian Haikaiminyu couldn't stand him hanging around in front of her so shamelessly, and said angrily, should I go over to watch you and your sister on your honeymoon? The MV must have all the members appear in the camera. There is no need for me to appear on the scene. You can just make a mirror image of my sister in the video on your computer. Anyway, you two are twins, so you can copy them, right? Sakakihara Raku was unwilling to agree to this and wanted to try to kiss her, but she pushed him away. Are you angry in July? Can't you see? Why are you so angry? You're fine today. Tian Haikaiminyu didn't want to answer. Sakakihara guessed it, because of what I told you last night. Tian Haikaiminyu glanced at him sideways. Sure enough, that's why. Sakakibara understood the whole story and left Nanamijetsu for a little bit. He sat cross-legged in front of Nanamayu and said to her seriously. I believe I explained things clearly last night. Chi Minjio, I can only leave half of my love for you. Scum, Tianhai Chi Minjio said to him after her heart calmed down for a long time. His look was reflected in her eyes, and in her mind she recalled the way he stood in front of him and led her through everything with a smile when he was a child. It was the goal she had dreamed of all her life. You dare to tell me this? Do you dare to say it to your sister? I will tell Julie Yuli. You sure? Sure. Tian Haikaimingu took a deep breath, and then looked at him. I don't want to feel so uncomfortable, but it's hard to let go of many things. It takes time, right? Time is one thing. Many times, I can't get over this hurdle in my heart. I'm a playboy and a scumbag. When Sakakibara saw her last look, he knew that she was already trying to let go of her previous emotions. After he smiled, he said a little more seriously, well, ahem, although I am indeed a scumbag, I have never been a scumbag. From now on, I will keep every promise I made to you in July. From now on. Ah no, it started a long time ago, and I will still abide by it now. Didn't you forget everything? It's not like I already remembered some. That must be something insignificant. After all, you have even forgotten me. Sakakihara thought he had to prove himself. The first thing he thought of was what he said to her when he took her to a wedding when he was a child. So, Sakakibara took the initiative to hold Tenkai Nanamayu's still resisting hand, and while using his actions to reassure her, he smiled and repeated the words he said to her many years ago, one day I will take you to wear that pure white dress of clothes. Nanamai's hand tightened very obviously in his palm, and Sakakihara Raku also saw her sky blue eyes actively facing him again. In the deep place, which is as bright and moist as sapphire, the light is clearly visible and trembling slightly. You. Huh? How about it? Are you very touched? This is a confession. Not at all. Stop talking to yourself. July. In fact, Sakakihara Raku has understood a lot of things since the day he saw his childhood memories again. I understand why Chi Minjio likes reading so much and knows so much knowledge. I understand why she likes to persist and why she doesn't like to give up. Similarly, I also understand why she likes sharks, potato chips and fried rice, and why she has an inexplicable longing for things like wedding dresses that have nothing to do with her. In July, I am really willing to fulfill my past promise. After all, I remembered it, and I will definitely marry you first. Tian Haikaimingu closed her eyes calmly, and remained silent for a long time under his gaze. Don't think that I will completely compromise just because of your words. It took a long time for her to accept the complex emotions that were intertwined at this time. Don't think of me as the kind of person who is easy to bully. Over the years, I am used to being alone. I know that my personality will not be liked by others. I know that every word I say is thorny. I know that I am always secretly ridiculed by people for being a young lady, but so what? Me. Kyo, she's very cute. Sakakibara took the initiative to go up and hug her. Tian Haikaimingu froze on his shoulder. You think I'm cute? Isn't it? As a girl, you are cute, have beautiful hair, fair face, and smell good. Any boy will like you. Although many of your words are thorny, they are all facts. Although it seems that every time you don't care at all, but in fact you have been helping me secretly. I know that in July you were willing to help me and let me go at first, just because you saw that I really liked Julie Yuli and wanted me to get what I wanted. The things I want me to be happy. Are you saying these words disgusting or not? As long as you feel comfortable listening to Chi-Chi. What if I don't like what I hear? Then let me put it another way to make you happy. Really, idiot. Hey idiot, scold me a few more times. Also, July, don't be so tired all the time. You can also take a rest when appropriate. Sakakihara smiled and said in a relaxed tone, for example, occasionally when I act coquettishly in your arms, say you like me when your eyes meet, come to me for support when you are unhappy, and want me to comfort you. Just act like a weak little girl for a while, I won't mind. Don't want. Why don't you want it? This is great. Tianhai-chi Minjiao let go of him and stretched out her hand to smooth the hair beside her ears. Compared with these, I like the way you beg me to comfort you better. Huh? Why do you want to comfort me? I just like the way you beg me and then I give it to you very reluctantly. This is totally a reward, right? How can it be a charity? It seems you are still a little self-conscious. Then Miss Ger, how about you give me a reward now and let me massage your legs? Want to touch your legs? Just press the legs. Amamai Nanamai gave him a blank look, and finally leaned against the head of the bed, pulled her slender white legs out of the quilt, and finally placed one foot on Sakakibara Raku's knees. The girl's feet are as slender as water, as soft as white tofu, as delicate as newborns, and at the same time give people a gentle and pure feeling. The toes are long and slender, as soft and fresh as willows, which is pleasing to the eye. The skin on the ankles is as delicate as jade, soft and smooth, as light and white as morning dew. A gentle touch is 100 times more delicate than touching fine sand. Only then did Sakakibara Raku realize that his hand was holding her ankle unconsciously. It's really smooth and tender, and feels smooth on your hands. I'm afraid the arches of the feet will become softer and smoother, right? You still don't want to press it. Tianhai Kaimingyu looked a little reluctant. Learn. Sakakibara Raku knows how to massage the soles of her feet. If you want to ask why, he runs every day and learns to do it for himself. But compared to pressing his own feet, it is indeed more comfortable to press the feet of a beautiful girl like Chi Minjiao. Massaging the acupuncture points on the soles of the feet must be painful, and Sakakibara Raku could see that Nanamajetsu was enduring it. July. Do what? Do you feel comfortable? Barely. Then it must be that the comfort is good. Raku Sakakibara massaged her smooth arches back and forth. Because the pain was unbearable, Nanamai's face turned red visibly. Actually, I also know a little bit about thigh massage techniques. Really? Tianhai Kaimingyu looked at her with a faint look. Then do you still know about chest massage? How do you know? I am the best at this. Then how about you come over and give it a try? This is what you said. Yes, I said so. No regrets. No regrets. Snapped. Sakakibara Raku had not even been half a meter closer to her when he was kicked by her raised bare foot and the right side of his face was deformed. Tianhai Kaimingyu leaned against the bedside wall with her arms folded across her chest, her expression indifferent, and she only raised her white right leg to kick him in the face. You lied to me again. Sakakibara turned his face to look at her with her round, smooth, slender toes. His voice was distorted. But it does have a fragrant scent. I've given you enough today. Tianhai Kaimingyu continued to raise her legs, her delicate face looking like she was keeping away from strangers. When will you stop lying to me? Next time I want to give you a reward. Also, I didn't lie to you, it's just that you don't have the strength to do it yourself. Oh, isn't that because I don't want to bully you, a female prostitute? Aren't you going to continue? We're having a massage. Tianhai Minjiao moved her right toe, and she tilted her head slightly at the same time. Put your feet down first, it will hurt a lot. With those two clamped, does it still hurt? Please do this. Phew. Feel refreshed. Sakakibara came to the balcony and looked at the sky at the end of January. I originally came to Kyoto to talk about going to Kyoto this time, but unexpectedly I accidentally found out her current unhappy mood. Although there will be more fun in the follow-up, Raku Sakakibara now has a complete understanding of Nanamajetsu's thoughts. She is now accepting her somewhat unrealistic ideas and is in the process of moving from rejection to acceptance. This is simply a milestone progress. Everyone agreed with the idea of going to Kyoto to shoot the MV together, So after the day ended happily and it was past noon the next day, Raku Sakakibara and Nanami packed up their going out clothes and officially went out. As for why they were the only two going out. First, Ailing had to go to work in the morning, and Zhigzhu was dragged to the office by her good friend in the morning. Second, Tianhai Julie Yulai went alone to tell her aunt who was still in Japan that she would not participate in the international piano competition. Regarding this matter, Tianhai Julie Yulai has two reasons. 1. Studies. 2. Band. And Julie Yulai will not take time out to do things that are of little significance to her now. That piano award had no more effect on Julie Yulai than playing a song with several people. Originally, Sakaki Hararaku was a little worried about the fact that Kuruuri went to face his aunt alone. However, she smiled and explained that she could, and got her uncle's permission. Sakakibara felt relieved and agreed that she could go to see her aunt alone. Julie Yulai has also begun to grow up, and will try to face the most difficult people in the past alone. Sakakihara couldn't help but sigh with emotion. After arriving at Tokyo Station, Raku Sakakihara stood on the roadside with Amami Nanamijetsu, who was carrying a small backpack, wearing a beige women's small straw hat and a sky blue dress. As the most famous station in Tokyo, Tokyo Station. Even during lunchtime, there is an endless stream of passers-by and tourists taking photos. Sakakibara stretched out in front of the bright sunshine in the sky, then put his head in his hands and said feeling extremely comfortable. Sunshine, white clouds, and a plane leaving a long trace across the sky. This is simply a day to prepare for the trip. It's almost February. Are the cherry blossom trees sprouting again? The early cherry blossoms will be open in another month. Tianhai Kaimingyu put away her phone and pulled the shoulder strap of the small school bag in front of her with both hands. Sakakibara put down his stretching hand and looked at Nanami Nanamijetsu, who was dressed in travel casual clothes. Well, why are you dressed up so beautifully today, and you even grew a pair of ponytails? He looked at the low ponytails behind Tianhai Kaimingyu's little straw hat. Her flaxen hair made her look like a foreigner. Although she originally had foreign ancestry. You think I dressed you up? Is not it? I just dressed up like my sister, and she went out in the same outfit today. Is it true that the symbol of your reconciliation is wearing the same clothes when going out? By the way, Chi Minjio looks so cute in her little straw hat and dress and twin ponytails. Especially the way she holds the front shoulder strap of the small school bag with both hands. The more Sakakibara watched, the happier he became. And there are too many people passing by on the street who are attracted by Kaimingyu. After all, it is a rare hair color, a rare beautiful girl, and a rare sky blue eyes. A glance at her revealed the freshness of summer. Sakakihara wanted to take out his camera and take a picture of her now. Tianhai Kaimingyu noticed that he was looking at her, so she didn't care, and withdrew her expressionless face. Are you relieved, sister? Julie Yulai said she can. My mother has put so much effort into my sister. If it were me, I would definitely not give in. But auntie has no reason to take Julie Yulai away now, and Julie Yulai won't leave with her. That's true. Tianhai Kaimingyu closed her eyes and lowered her face. The sunlight falling from the clouds along the edge of the little straw hat only illuminated half of her beautiful face. The two stood in front of Tokyo Station and waited for less than half an hour. Countless vehicles passed by the intersection ahead, and many convoys riding bicycles that didn't know where to go to the corner hundreds of kilometers away also passed in front of the two of them one by one. However, amidst the sounds of countless passing car engines and bicycle chains, a motorcycle suddenly stopped in front of Sakakihara Raku. He saw the stopped legs and motorcycle footrests, and subconsciously raised his head. Suddenly, he discovered that Tianhai Julie Yulai was riding above him, wearing a helmet and waving and smiling at him. He looks quite handsome. Sakakihara Raku didn't react for a while. Luli. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tio Lan. Chapter 260. Sakakibara Rakia was shocked by the equipment of Tianhai Jurili. She was riding a dark green motorcycle with smooth body lines and a mechanical feel. She rested her hands on the handlebars on the front of the bike that were parallel to the raised oil gun. After putting down the footrest and turning off the motorcycle, she opened the door cover in front of the helmet with her gloved hands, propped her body up from the handlebars, and looked through the helmet with her sky blue eyes smiling at the person standing on the street. Of two people. Lu Li. It's me. Amamai Kuruuri saw Sakakibara Raku walking towards him with a very surprised look. He seemed to doubt whether the person riding the motorcycle in front of him was him. If you didn't speak, I thought it was a passerby greeting me. No way, brother should be able to recognize me easily. You're wearing a helmet, gloves, and a jacket. Besides, you're riding a motorcycle. How could I think of you at first glance? Raku Sakakibara walked up to the girl on the motorcycle and looked around her equipment. Amamai Kuruuri's eyes followed his gaze as he looked at her. The motorcycle that Kuruuri rides is not the one that Sakakibara Raku has in mind. At first glance, it looks like the motorcycle that his uncle rides. The car in front of me looks more like a racing car. The turquoise fuel tank in front of the seat is large and bulged, and the edges are also angular. It looks cold and mechanically handsome. There is also a line of black fonts printed on the top. Kawasaki. This should be the manufacturer's name, which translates to Kawasaki. The rear bench is not flat, but is slightly higher than the rider's position and has a certain inclination. Sakakibara was very interested in the streamlined lines of the exterior design of the car body. Seeing Sakakibara Raku looking at his car like this, Amamai Kuruuri straddled the car and said with a smile. Brother, do you think he's handsome? Handsome? Well, he is really handsome. When did Liuli get a car like this? It couldn't be that he just bought it this morning, right? Sakakibara knelt down and took a closer look at the motorcycle that Liuli was riding. The little straw hat Tianhai Kaimingyu at the back hugged her chest and explained, this is the birthday gift my father gave to my sister last year, to be precise, it was bought with the money my father gave me. When I passed by the car shop, my sister pulled me go in and have a look. My uncle gave it to me. Then why haven't I seen it before? Sakakibara reached out and knocked on the car casing and fuel tank, full of curiosity. It's not because my sister was not old enough last year. She didn't have a motorcycle driver's license and couldn't get on the road even if she bought a car. Tianhai Kaimingyu glanced at Tianhai Juliuli on the motorcycle. At the beginning, I advised my sister to wait until she is 16 years old. I bought it again, but I bought it last year and put it in the warehouse to eat dust for a year. Tianhai Juliuli smiled at Tianhai Kaimingyu and said, I really wanted to buy it at the beginning, and even if I can't go on the road, I can drive it at home. Sakakibara understands the feeling of wanting to buy things he likes in advance. But is it really okay to say you can do it at home so plainly? I can only say that she is worthy of being the eldest lady of the Tianhai family. Juliuli likes motorcycles? How does it feel like riding one? It feels great. If you encounter an open road, the feeling of turning the throttle all the way will be great. The wind is blowing, and the vibration and sound of the engine make your heart beat faster. I like this so much, it's a feeling. Tianhai Juliuli smiled and said, although, I only rode a few times, and I haven't had much time recently. It was only when I returned to Tianhai's house in the morning that I suddenly remembered that there was a motorcycle in the warehouse. Then it seems that you really like me. Sakakibara didn't think there was anything wrong with this, because Juliuli had too few hobbies. She has even less time to enjoy things. As a minister, she needs to maintain the Kyoto Club. She is also a member of the student union. Basically, everything in the school club will go through her hands. It's usually very busy. This is also the reason why Sakakibara rarely sees Kururi in school. Why did sister suddenly drive the motorcycle? Tianhai Minjiao asked. Well, Tianhai Yulai replied a little embarrassedly, with his hands on the motorcycle's fuel tank, and the smile in his helmet was very shy and beautiful. Could it be that sister suddenly had a whim and forgot about our going to Kyoto today? Tianhai Minjiao's eyes half closed, turning into calm dead fish eyes, until he stared at his twin sister. How could this happen? Tianhai Yulai, who was wearing a helmet, looked to the other side. I just suddenly wanted to drive out for a spin. That's right. Brother, why don't you sit up and wait for Suzuki and Zayuki to come over? I'll take you for a ride first. True or false? I dash. Sakakibara happily was about to agree when he noticed the deadly eyes of Amami Nanamajetsu on the side. The cold air behind him made him straighten his waist subconsciously. Brother, it's really comfortable. You can sit in the back and hold your sister's waist all the time. How can this be true? I have also passed the motorcycle license test, and it has a large displacement. I can drive. Is there a difference? Yes, Sakakihara smiled at her. Indeed, taking Julie Yulai's motorcycle was equivalent to leaving Chi Minjiao alone. She will definitely be unhappy. But, this motorcycle of Kururi's, Sakakihara Raku, feels particularly handsome. Come on, no man would reject the combination of a handsome motorcycle and a beautiful girl, right? Julie Yulai who can ride a motorcycle is also super cool. Sakakibara Raku now really wants to follow Amami Kururi around the city. So he turned around with a smile and suggested to Tianhai Kaimingyu, who had a calm face but was obviously unhappy. How about Chi Minjiao, why don't you just stand here for a while and wait for Ling and Ji Shui? They have already said that they will be here for a while. You can also go and sit at a coffee shop and a milk tea shop. Tight, Tianhai Chi Minjiao felt her forehead tightened. If her sister hadn't been there, she would have twisted the flesh on this guy's waist into a knot. Amami Kururi originally wanted to chime in with Sakakibara Raku, but now she and Nanamijiao are still very sensitive in handling Sakakibara Raku's relationship, so it's better not to say anything. Tianhai Kaimingyu crossed her hands on her chest, took a breath of cold air, and then said slowly. According to the road traffic law, you must wear a helmet whether you are driving or riding a motorcycle. Do you have one, brother? This does not. That's a pity, brother, your dream has come to nothing. Tianhai Kaimingyu closed her eyes, tilted her chin, and pointed to a direction in the distance. Have you seen it? There are police over there. Tianhai Kaimingyu cleared her throat. According to Article 243 of Japan's road traffic law, you must wear a safety helmet when driving or riding a motor vehicle. Failure to do so will result in a fine of up to 10,000 yen or a prison term of up to 3 months. So serious. That's it, so my brother and sister decided to put their minds aside for the time being and asked my sister to drive the motorcycle home first, and then meet us here. While there is still extra time, take the Yamanote line to Kyoto. Kyoyu Sakakihara looked at her talking to herself. What am I? Tianhai Kaimingyu met his gaze and opened her closed eyes slightly. Nothing. Although he said it was nothing, Sakakibara knew it in his heart. Now Chi Minjiao has regarded Julie Yulai's motorcycle as an enemy. In her eyes, anything Julie Yulai can use to attract her is an enemy. As long as she takes Julie Yulai's motorcycle away, she will definitely not be obsessed with getting on the back seat of Julie Yulai's motorcycle. Julie must be thinking so now. This is difficult to do. Sakakihara Raku understood, but he didn't want to give up the opportunity to sit in the back seat of Ruri-chan's motorcycle. He also thought about hugging his eldest wife's slender waist and enjoying the speed of the motorcycle. In addition, the motorcycle was so cool and he was being carried by Julie Yulai. So the return rate when going out on the street is not 100%. The child almost dropped the lollipop from his mouth when he saw it. So, after thinking again and again, he raised his hand and said, "I have a proposal." Seeing him speaking so loudly with a smile on his face, Tian Haikaimingu knew that there must be nothing good going on. "Explain." Sakaki Hara smiled, "Although we are going to shoot a music video this time, our main purpose is to take a winter vacation trip to see the scenery of Kyoto. A certain guy just told me yesterday that the main purpose of this trip was to shoot a video. Tianhai Chi Minjia wanted to give him a look. It doesn't matter what the purpose is, Raku Sakaki Hara waved his hand, what's important is that we are going to Kyoto this time. It's a trip anyway, so why not take the train and ride a motorcycle instead? Ride a motorcycle instead? Brother, you can figure it out. What's going on? It's great. You can shoot a lot of material along the way. Don't you think it's cool, motorcycle riding, or something? After Raku Sakakibara finished speaking, he looked at Amami Kuriyuri who was wearing a helmet. Both of them smiled knowingly at these words. Okay, Tian Haikaimingu directly interrupted the two of them looking at each other and smiling, and said with some dissatisfaction, "Please remember, brother, you asked a Ling to tell the fans that the MV of the new song will be uploaded within 4 days. We need to hurry up. Production. Besides, my sister is the only one riding a motorcycle. How can she carry the 4 of us? I have a driver's license too." "You have one too?" Tian Haikaimingu opened one eye and looked at him. "I took the exam in order to work delivering food." "Where's the car?" "Buy one now and you can drive it away on the same day as expedited processing." "Don't you think your decision was hasty?" Sakakibara smiled lightly. No, July, what is youth? Youth is just a trip. Why are you so forward-looking and hesitant? We don't have any special concerns. We just suddenly traveled abroad for a few days. You can also move forward and accept it? What's wrong with suddenly buying a motorcycle, right? Li Yulai. Yeah, brother is right. Tianhai Juli Yulai smiled back at him. The two of them sang in harmony, which made Tianhai Chi Minjia hold her forehead in trouble. "Is it because you saw that your sister's motorcycle is very handsome, and you want to buy one yourself?" "I definitely don't want to take this opportunity to buy a car for myself." Raku Sakakibara glanced carefully at the cool motorcycle Amami Kuriyuri was riding. "I definitely don't think motorcycles are cool." "You said it yourself." "Well, even if you have a driver's license and you buy a motorcycle, but there are 5 of us, and a motorcycle can only carry one person, what do you think we should do? Unless you buy a 3-seater motorcycle, but brother, you must only want to buy your sister's kind of racing car. July really can find loopholes everywhere." But this time Sakaki Hararaku is not worried at all, he still has Suzu who can help. Aling also has one, so she can drive it alone. She has one too. It's just an ordinary second wheel. There are 4 major categories of Japanese motorcycle driver's licenses: original, under 50 cubic centimeters, regular, 50-125 cubic centimeters, medium, 125-400 cubic centimeters, and large, above 400 cubic centimeters. Tian Haikaimingu didn't ask why she hadn't seen Suzu running to take the driver's license test, because this thing can be done in Japan when you are 12 years old or older, and you can get the corresponding driver's license directly when you reach the age. For example, Julie Yulai obtained a mid-displacement driver's license through pre-testing. As for why this system is set up, it is because Japan's motorcycle driver's license must be obtained and waited for 1 year before it can be upgraded. This is too cumbersome and restrictive. Even if you take the adult exam, you still have to wait 2 years before you can drive a real motorcycle above 125. There will definitely be a large number of people who are unwilling. I still disagree. Chi Minjio, you see Julie Yulai also wants to drive out. No, it just won't work. Although Amami Nanamayu was resolute, she still couldn't help it after Sakakibara Raku and Amami Kuruori's constant humiliation. Okay, you two, stop talking. Huh? Chi Minjio, did you agree? Otherwise, what else can we do? You ride a motorcycle and I take the tram alone. So, things were decided happily. This afternoon's itinerary was changed from setting off for Kyoto to running to buy a motorcycle. As soon as he left, Sakakihara Raku didn't hesitate. He called Aling and sent her the address of the car shop mentioned by Julie Yulai. Several people changed the meeting place. Amami Kuruori drove the motorcycle over first, and Sakakibara Raku and Amami Nanamajetsu took the train together. But if I buy it today, I won't be able to get the license plate, right? My sister-in-law can help, just let her know. Tianhai Kaimingyu replied calmly. Sister-in-law, of course. Sakakihara Raku knew that the sister-in-law was not referring to Zhigzhu. Sister-in-law works in a car shop. Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport, and Tourism. Sure enough, in this society, everything you do must depend on relationships. Asterisk. When he arrived at the motorcycle shop, Sakakibara finally knew what a man's paradise was. Rows of motorcycles of various colors are placed in the display cabinet. Not only the floor is neat and beautiful, but the motorcycles from various manufacturers are even more popular. Suzuki GSX R1000 R/S1000 GT, Suzuki Hayabusa, Kawasaki H2R, BMW RR, Ducati, Honda Goldwing. Not to mention these large motorcycles with a displacement of 1000, there are also a series of other derivatives of small and medium displacement series and off-road recreational models. For a moment, Sakakihara Raku was so stunned that he couldn't stand it. Why hadn't he noticed this man's treasure trove before? If I drive these cars to school, I'm afraid I won't be the most eye-catching guy in the whole school. It seems that there are people who drive motorcycles to school. This car. Sakakibara looked at the price of this BMW S1000 RR, which was 3,783,000 yen. Even with his high level of appreciation, he only thought it was handsome. Of course, his driver's license only allows him to drive a 400 cubic centimeters mid-range motorcycle. This 1000 displacement BMW has no chance with him now. But he couldn't help but find it so handsome that he stopped and looked at it for a long time. Brother, do you like this BMW? Well, I like the appearance. Then do you want me to give it to you as a birthday present for my brother? Tianhai Julie Yulai said with a smile next to him, holding the helmet. This is it? Why did Sakakihara Raku feel like he was being taken care of? Ju is a domineering female president, do you like it? Purchase. I'll buy them all as birthday gifts for you. But this was really because he was overthinking it. For Kyoju, this kind of price is really just pocket money, just like water. How could the eldest lady of the Tianhai family care about this little money? But being given a gift by a girl, and it was such an expensive gift, Sakakihara Raku still felt warm in his heart. He couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, it was better to have a wife, and she also knew how to use his own money to give himself a motorcycle as a gift. After following the sales around the car shop, Sakakihara finally set his sights on a Honda CBR 400R. Red, cool and cool. However, the CBR 250 and Suzuki's GSX 250 of the same series seemed to be quite good as well. In the midst of the tangle, Aling and Ji Shui came to the car shop. She was about to ask Suzuya to buy a small displacement motorcycle as her means of transportation to work, but when she saw the two of them in person for the first time, Sakakihara Raku's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. You guys also dyed your hair. General, let's shine. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tio Yu Lan. Chapter 261. General. Shine. Suzu Sakakihara made a scissor hand gesture and showed off her short hair with green highlights dyed green at the end in front of the three of them. And not only did she dye her hair, but Tianhai's Higsu next to her also dyed her hair. The original beautiful long black hair was gone and replaced with a light beige color. A light yellowish white color. The black-haired Higsu was already dull enough, but now she looked twice as dull. Sakakihara Suzu's smile suddenly blocked her vision. Brother, is it super flash? Shining? I'm shining, you big-headed devil. Sakakihara Raku couldn't hold back a punch. He closed his eyes and pushed hard into Sakakihara Suzu's newly dyed head. It's okay to dye your hair, and you still have snow on it, go dye it. It hurts, it hurts. Oh, why don't you just dye your hair? Just after Higsu and I came out of the office, we heard the news that you were going to buy a car. Someone on the side of the road happened to be offering us a 20% discount on getting our hair done. It's so cheap, no, it's all for nothing. Ah. You are greedy for petty gains, aren't you? Sakakihara's fist drilled harder. Stop drilling, it really hurts. Do you still know it hurts? You can dye it yourself, whatever Obiyuki dyes it. Raku Sakakihara's side, retracted his hand, and looked at the long beige-haired Amamayuki with some nostalgia. The long, straight black snow is gone, gone. She seems to be very interested in the motorcycles in the store, looking around like a cat that just entered the house. Suzu Sakakihara rubbed her sore head angrily, and smoothed her newly dyed short hair with her fingers. There was a very obvious fragrance, and the color in the inner layer of her hair could also be seen. How do you dye your hair? Hey, look how pretty my highlights are. Besides, Zyuki-chan also agrees. I've already asked her. Can Higsu disagree? She will agree to whatever you say. Dot. How should I put this? Aling's hair is fine. The originally black and brown short hair only has a pinch of dark green at the end. If you don't lift it, it's hard to see the color inside. K's Higsu is outrageous, her black hair turns beige, and she becomes dumbfounded. Okay. Raku Sakakihara really wanted to pick up this girl Isuzu and spank her for a while. The stinky little sister not only has a stinky personality, but she is also very out of touch. Suddenly I dyed my hair. Forget it for today. In short, it's okay for you to dye it yourself. You have to discuss it with everyone. Tianhai Kaimingyu, who was watching motorcycles with her sister, turned around when she heard this and calmly interjected, I don't know who suddenly said that he wanted to go to Kyoto. It's just going to Kyoto. I'm going to leave in the afternoon. Came here suddenly to buy a motorcycle. Okay, Suzue Sakakihara accused her brother and said to him with a dissatisfied face, you're still talking about me, stinky lele. Didn't you just come to buy a motorcycle without discussing it with everyone? Here I am facing his sister's dissatisfied gaze. Sakakihara turned his head awkwardly, and then said confidently, my buying a motorcycle is something that everyone agreed on, and you agreed when I told you, Suzu. You didn't have a negotiable tone when you talked to me. So, what kind of motorcycle do you want to buy? Aren't you also interested in this? Raku Sakakibara saw Aling's curious look, and gestured sideways to the red motorcycle behind him that Tianhaiju really was sitting on for a test ride. No, that's this one, Honda CBR 400R. Let me see. Sakakihara Suzu didn't know much about motorcycles, but she still had some basic aesthetics. After discovering that Amamai Kuruori was trying to ride on the motorcycle that looked like a red sports car, she walked around with eyes shining brightly. She walked around the front, body, and rear of the motorcycle, all looking very handsome. She didn't expect that her brother, who was too lazy to dress up carefully when going out, would actually like such a handsome car. What do you think of Ling? Tianhai Juli Yulai put his hands on the handlebars and asked with a smile. Good looking. Kind of cool. Yeah, I think so too. Sakakihara Suzu held her chin with scissor hands. The more she looked at the motorcycle, the more surprise appeared on her little face. Brother, has this changed? Is this the kind of aesthetic you have, bro? She turned back and said to Sakakihara Raku, who had just walked over. What do you mean? Sakakihara Raku, who was still very happy, turned down his face. What do you mean? This is the aesthetic I have, brother. Is there something wrong with my aesthetics? Stinky Aling, what are you talking about? Sakakihara Suzu's fingers were floating in the air. Don't you think you like the kind of motorcycles that uncles ride? What does it seem to be called, a touring motorcycle? The salesman in a suit and leather shoes on the side smiled and said, it's a cruise motorcycle. We also have it in the store. That should be the one. Would you like to take it out for a test drive? Compared with ordinary motorcycles, this car is very heavy, 194 kilograms. The salesman turned to Sakakibara Raku and said, at this weight, it would be difficult for ordinary people to lift the car up if it falls over. This is good. Mr. Sakakihara, please wait a moment. I'll take out the key. Okay. 5 minutes later, after moving the motorcycle out of the shop, Sakakihara officially rode the CBR 400R he was about to buy outdoors. He turned the key with his own hands, pressed the ignition button, put his hands on the handlebars in front of him, and listened. Listened to the roar of the engine below. Oh, I feel it, my blood is boiling. Brother, you are suffering from a secondary disease. It's juvenile to call a man to death. I'm leaving. Sakakibara squeezed the clutch, put on gear, and put on the helmet. He smiled at the girls standing outside the car shop, then looked forward, slightly released the clutch, and when he turned the accelerator, there was a pulling force on the motorcycle under his crotch, pulling him forward hard. Stepping on the pedals with both feet, a red light merged into the street within a moment, and the tail light disappeared without a trace. Cool. Raku Sakakihara felt sincerely relieved by the experience of the cool breeze blowing against his face. After exiting an intersection with a traffic light, seeing that the road was large and bright, and that the vehicle was in good condition, Raku Sakakihara shifted gears step by step, gradually increasing the speed of the motorcycle under him to the speed near the speed limit point on the road. The sound of wind roared through the helmet, lowering the upper body, twisting the right hand of the accelerator, and the roar of the engine caused the chest to boil. Raku Sakakihara didn't care whether his coat was zipped or not. He kept the accelerator and let the strong wind blow the coat swishing, letting the necklace on his chest fly back, and letting the t-shirt underneath cling to the curve of his abdomen. Asterisk. I bought the motorcycle simply and helped Aling choose one. At first, she also took a fancy to the BMW S1000RR and said, brother, I want this, our family has money and can buy it. However, the fact is that no one can drive the BMW with a driver's license after buying it, not to mention that Aling's driver's license cannot even buy a replica motorcycle. She can only buy small displacement motorcycles below 125 cubic centimeters, which makes her still a little confused. Not very happy, so I can only temporarily rent a 125 cubic centimeters Suzuki pedal as a transition. It's similar to the style of an electric car, but its appearance is slightly sharper. Although it is a pedal, it can be driven to about 100 yards as the speed increases. Aling herself said that when she comes back, she will take the test for a medium displacement driver's license. Then we will all hit the road together to see who can go faster. The motorcycle license plate matter will be settled this afternoon, and you can come to the store at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning to officially ride the bike away. Sakakihara Raku could only temporarily say goodbye to his beloved car that he had not even touched twice. After dinner, everyone gathered around the coffee table in the living room to talk about tomorrow's riding route. They spent several hours looking up strategies and discussions, and determined the final riding direction based on the map. Tenkai Nanamajetsu slid her finger on the map and said, "We can ride along Tokyo Bay, Yokohama Bay, and the mountains in the west of Yokohama Bay, passing through Shinjuku, Tachikawa, Yamanashi Prefecture, Yamanashi City, Shizuoka Prefecture, Shizuoka City, Osaka Prefecture, Osaka City, and finally arrived in Kyoto City. The total journey is about 450 kilometers. If the riding time is faster, it will be about 7 hours, and if it is slower, it will be 11 hours. But obviously we must stop and take photos during the period. The time is about in 2 days. I will accumulate materials during this period. After arriving in Kyoto, I will edit and upload the video on the third night. Is that okay?" No one had any objections. So, in the early morning of the next day, Sakakibara couldn't wait to call everyone up, spent an hour organizing travel equipment, said hello to his mother and uncle, and went out first. Zhigzu, Kyo, and Suzu arrived at Tokyo Station first, while Sakaki Hararaku and Ruri took her motorcycle to the car shop to pick up the bike first. Naturally, the driver would not be dressed in a girl's dress, but would be wearing a handsome cycling suit, trousers, and a helmet. The already very handsome cycling clothes are even more obvious for Tianhaijuli Yulai. The way her slender legs are holding the motorcycle and her shoes are stepping on the cement floor makes her look handsome inexplicably. What is this called? This is called a handsome and soft wife? Sakaki Hararaku couldn't help but fall in love with the gentle smile under Amami Kuruori's helmet. The motorcycle girl is so handsome. Brother, come on up. Tianhaijuli Yulai controlled the front handle of the Kawasaki Ninja 400 under him with both hands and motioned for him to sit in the back seat. The cycling jersey and cycling pants that outline the curves of her legs are fully displayed by her perfect body proportions. How about you let me drive? It's okay. I'm very skilled. My brother can just hold my waist. The aggressive Julie Yulai. Sakaki Hararaku likes it. He stopped pushing and stepped on the back seat and collapsed. Then he reached out and hugged Tianhaijuli Yulai's slender waist from behind. The moment he hugged her, Sakaki Hararaku could still feel that the girl in front of him was shy. He then leaned his head out from the girl's shoulder and said to her with a smile, "If Ruri-chan is shy, let me drive. I'm afraid it will affect your driving." "It's okay, I can do it." "Brother, sit down." Tianhaijuli Yulai said this, put away the footrest of the motorcycle, shifted it into first gear, released the clutch, and put on the gas to start. Vehicles began to officially take to the city's roads. Sitting on the back seat of a motorcycle, holding his girlfriend and watching her ride is a very different experience. Sakakibara can intimately feel the comfort conveyed by her body and focus only on her. When he got out of the car shop and got off the car, Sakaki Hararaku could only say that Amami Kuruori felt shy because he was holding her. The whole journey was not very fast. "We have been in love for so long." Where? I'm not shy, that's it?" Sakakibara approached her suspiciously. This time, Amami Juri turned his face away, and then pushed him hard into the car shop. Okay, brother, go quickly, don't pay attention to me." "Is it? That's it, go, I'll wait for you outside to drive the car out." Seeing the evasive look of Amami Kuruori who didn't want to see him, Sakaki Hara couldn't help but think of Isuzu's words, "Your whole family is tsundere." Thinking about it this way, a ling actually made some sense. Asterisk. In front of Tokyo Station. Sakaki Hararaku and Amami Kuruori rode their respective Honda CBR 400R and Kawasaki Shinobi 400 motorcycles and came to the waiting three people with backpacks on their shoulders. As soon as the legs fell down and the fire went out, Sakakibara saw his sister's strange expression. "I saw you, brother, from so far away." "Humph, isn't he so handsome?" Sakakibara took his hands off the handlebars. "Then I praise you for being handsome, so should you let me sit behind you?" "That's a pity." If you sit behind me, there will be one less person to drive. What about the luggage? The scooter Aling rented had 3 boxes on the back, which were perfect for storing things. So the tools, cameras, and computers that I brought with me on this trip were all put at her place. Sakakihara Suzu was very dissatisfied. I wanted to complain yesterday. Did you treat me as your suitcase? Absolutely not the idea, it's just that there happened to be 5 of us and someone had to haul stuff. It was now time to leave, and Sakakihara Suzu didn't want to care too much about it. She directly took Amami's Higsyu's arm and said, "Zhigsu, sit with me and let Xiaolele drive alone." Tianhai's Higsu shook her head. "What's wrong?" Sakakihara Suzu asked in surprise. "I want to sit with Ellie," a plain voice. Ah. Sakakibara Suzu didn't expect that her best friend was unwilling to be with her. "Yuki-chan, you want to betray me too? By the way, why do you want to sit with my brother? Lee's car is very handsome." Speaking of which, Yuki seemed to have been staring at the motorcycle yesterday. Sure enough, rock girls also like cool motorcycles. Suzu Sakakihara herself actually wanted to drive, but there was really nothing she could do with her driver's license and she couldn't drive. "I'll buy one when I get back. I must buy that BMW. I'll drive you crazy." Sakakihara smiled, "Then I'm really looking forward to it." Of course, it's not the main problem that Zhigsu doesn't want to sit in the back seat of Aling, but that Aling's pedals come from 3 boxes and a backpack. They are full of things and there is no place for Zhigsu to sit. You can also carry a small backpack on Tenkai no Yuki behind Sakakihara Raku. "Yuki, come up." Good. The back seat of Sakakihara Raku's motorcycle is quite high. After all, it is a racing-like model with a tail that is one section higher. Amami no Yuki hugged Sakakibara Raku's waist directly after getting in the car. It wasn't that she was getting close on purpose, it was just a normal hug. Kiju, who got on the same motorcycle first, saw it. Although this action was not very intimate, Yuyuki's attitude towards Sakakibara Raku before made the two sisters more cautious. While Sakakibara Suzu was checking if there was anything missing, Amami Nanami Yuki looked at Amami no Yuki from the back seat and asked her sister in a low voice. "Aren't you worried, sister? Are you talking about my little aunt in July?" "Sister, don't ask me questions knowingly. It's okay to hug me like this." "But my sister also heard it before. My aunt said she likes my brother." "You mean?" "Sister, you understand. It's not good for my sister-in-law to be so close. My brother takes care of her too much. Even if there is no strange behavior, my goodwill will gradually increase." Tianhai Yuli thought for a moment. "I understand what you mean in Kyo, but as I said before, I still can't trust you in this relationship." "Oh sister, are you afraid that I will steal your boyfriend? Are you using my sister-in-law to do some evil tricks to get you out?" "I have confidence in myself, I have confidence in Lejun, and at the same time, I also have confidence in Yuchi Minjio. It's just that complicated." The two sisters knew each other that as long as the other party took the initiative to withdraw, they would be the final winner. However, Amkai Nanamayu now understands Sakakibara Raku's thoughts better than Amami Kuruori, and understands that he, a scumbag, will not give up on his sister easily. So after making it clear that he was only willing to respond with half of his feelings, Chi Minjio would neither help nor force his sister to quit. If you ask why, you can only answer that Sakakihara Raku gave her some promises. Even if it is unrealistic, even if he is suspected of lying, even if he feels uncomfortable, even if he is unwilling to. She knew that if she ended up fighting with her sister, and both she and her sister used his gentleness and compromise to force him to submit to the two of them, Raku Sakakibara, who was caught between the two, would probably choose neither of them in the end. Respond. By then, it will be really too late. Sister really doesn't trust me now. It's just about feelings. In life, I have 100% trust in you in Kyo. What my sister said is very contradictory. People are very contradictory, Kyo. Just like I can't bear to give up my brother, I can't bear to give up you. Can't you just share it with me, sister? Tianhai Kaimingyu whispered quietly in Tianhai Julie Yuli's ear. This is not a toy, no. Tianhai Julie Yuli's attitude was also very firm. Then sister is not afraid that I will eat it secretly? Then sister will not have any of it? He won't agree to it? My sister truly trusts my brother unconditionally. Of course, isn't that what happens between lovers? When Tianhai Kaimingyu heard this, she couldn't bear to expose her sister. My sister is too naive about feelings. Of course, this is also the cuteness of my sister. It's not impossible to get him drunk and I take the initiative to pretend to be my sister. That means you have surrendered to me in Kyo. The feelings gained in this way are not legitimate. You won't accept it in Kyo, right? Okay. Check completed. After the conversation ended, Sakakibara Suzu's things were all checked. Okay, we're ready to go. Did you leave anything behind? Sakakihara Raku asked the two sisters. Bring them all. No. Well. 7 sat in the back seat of 9, Nwayuki sat in the back seat of Sakakibara Raku, and the luggage sat in the back seat of the Bell. After preparing all the preparations before departure, Sakakibara Raku turned his attention to the city streets in front of Tokyo Station where traffic was passing through. Breathing in the still cool morning air, the first ray of morning light breaking through the blue clouds illuminated the road ahead. Raku Sakakihara squeezed the handle of the motorcycle, and his heart was enjoying this moment for a long time. He was holding a motorcycle at the front of the 5-man team, facing the warm sunshine, and raised a hand. I announce. The Sakakibara cycling team is officially assembled. This was shouted quite loudly, and many office workers and passers-by looked at the people on the street. Amamai Kuruori was smiling bitterly, Amamai Nanamajetsu pinched the center of her eyebrows behind her sister, and Amamai Nwayuki was quietly holding Sakakibara Raku's waist in the back seat. Suzu Sakakibara, wearing a helmet, couldn't help raising her hands in protest on the left side of the motorcade. Smelly Lele, are you suffering from a secondary disease? This is called a declaration of departure. I'm cheering for the atmosphere. Then the name of your team is too tacky. Then what do you want to call it? Tianhai's Higsu from behind suddenly interjected, fried ice cream. Upon hearing this, Sakakibara Suzu agreed in unison, yes, yes, the deep-fried ice cream riding team. How much you two love fried ice cream, then. Sakakibara cleared his throat and raised his hand again. In front of Tokyo Station, where early spring was approaching, he raised his arm again and said loudly to the completely unknown passers-by and the old ladies feeding pigeons. The fried ice cream riding team. Officially assembled, target, Kyoto. Oh! Applause, applause. The pigeon was frightened by Sakakibara Suzu's applause and flew away, its white wings flapping the dazzling sunlight falling from the clouds, shining with the golden glow of the morning sun. Passers-by who came to work and caught the subway stopped speechlessly and stared at Raku Sakakibara, who was at the front of the motorcade with his hands raised, and Suzu Sakakibara, who acted as the atmosphere team and kept applauding. The look in his eyes made the two siblings look like idiots who were full of energy early in the morning. The air was awkward for a long time. You can even clearly hear the sigh of Tianhai Kaimingyu behind on the right side. It's such a shame to say that Sakakihara retracted his hand in embarrassment and pulled off the helmet's visor. Hey, Sakakibara Suzu's expression became deflated, and her clapping stopped, turning into dead eyes, speaking of which, brother, you also know. Ha ha ha. Raku Sakakihara covered up his embarrassment with a smile, ignoring the looks of idiots from the people around him, and put his hands on the handlebars, no matter what, let's go. Woohoo. With a push of the accelerator, Sakakibara took the lead in taking Yuki Tenkai out, leaving only a few lingering sounds from the motorcycle's engine to the people behind. Brother is running so fast. Then sit tight in Kyo, we will catch up immediately. Well, don't worry, sister. Tianhai Julie Yulai put away her footrests and turned the accelerator. The roar of the engine made her take Tianhai Kaimingyu in the back seat to follow closely. Only Sakaki Harasuzu was left behind. Her motorcycle stalled when it started. While operating it, she anxiously shouted to the few people who were almost empty. Hey, wait a minute. I turned off the engine. Why is this thing turning on? When she lit it again, she realized that those guys had disappeared. You must have run too fast. After lighting it up again, Suzu Hara quickly drove after him. The howling wind made noise in the ears, and the paint surface of the helmet reflected the warm brilliance of the sun. He passed the street trees extending along both sides of the road one by one. When Sakakibara Suzu saw the tail lights of the two motorcycles in front of the traffic, he officially chased her. When a few people were walking in, the girl finally couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly to the people next to her. Damn it, you guys are too abominable. Sakakibara slowed down the speed of the car, turned his head, lifted his mask with one hand, and smiled at his sister who had returned to the convoy with a pouty face. Isn't this waiting for you? You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tio Yu Lan. Chapter 262. The road was still slippery in the early morning. The mountain forests in Yamanashi Prefecture are layered on top of each other, with slender tree trunks and clear lines. The sky is full of greenery, and mist lingers on it, like clouds. The noisy engine of the motorcycle breaks through the tranquility of the mountains, facing the sun and riding against the wind on the straight road. After arriving in downtown Tokyo, several people rode along the road to the road in Yamanashi Prefecture surrounded by green mountains. Sakakihara's helmet was already filled with the noise of the wind. He held the handlebars tightly with his black-gloved hands, maintaining a speed of 80 yards per hour, and looked at the green motorcycle in the rearview mirror. In the rearview mirror, Tianhai Juliuli was riding closely behind on a Kawasaki Shinobi 400. She was riding in the same car with her. Tianhai Chi Minjiao, who was wearing the same helmet, was hugging her sister's slim waist from behind, as if she was afraid that she would fall out of the car. It seemed like it suddenly fell off. Aling rode the pedals and carried her luggage, and she did not fall behind. It's snow. Zhigzhu, Zhigzhu. You hugged me too tightly. Raku Sakakihara tried to call out to the innocent girl in the back seat, but because the speed was too fast and the wind noise was too loud, she had no response. What to do? Sakakibara smiled bitterly. From the moment she left downtown Tokyo, Amami no Yuki hugged her waist tightly in the back seat. It was okay for her to hold her waist, but as the motorcycle moved, her upper body kept sliding towards her back. What's this? Sakakihara Raku could still feel the inexplicable softness in those two places even if he didn't feel it with his heart. Not to mention that she hugged herself so tightly on purpose, as if she was sleeping. No wonder people say that this imitation racing motorcycle is a magical tool for taking your girlfriend out for fun, because this thing will make the person in the back seat slide forward uncontrollably. But this is just suffering for Sakakibara Raku. He could see through the rearview mirror that Nanamayu was glaring at him. Even through his helmet, Sakakihara Raku could feel a coldness like a thorn in his back. Asterisk. At noon, after riding for about 2 hours, everyone stopped at a hill next to the highway. Lunchtime. Lunchtime. Before even taking off her helmet, Suzu Sakakibara unzipped the luggage behind her, took out the picnic cloth, and then took out the bento, self-heating food, and snacks prepared last night one by one. Sandwiches, hot pots, cookies and chocolate bars are all available. As the luggage steward this time, Suzu Sakakihara happily distributed today's lunches to everyone. Julie Yuli's, Kaimingyu's, Zhigzyu's, and Dash. When it was Sakakibara Raku's turn, Sakakibara Suzu snorted and took it away, planning not to give it back. Humph, don't wait for me when I tell you to set off. Now you know how important I am. You can't eat without me such good stuff. What are you talking about, this stinky little sister, holding the bento I made? Sakakibara sat cross-legged on the tablecloth and coughed twice. Aling, you can't say that. I slowed down the car specially to wait for you. Besides, didn't you complain about your status as a suitcase all the way? Why are you still using it to show off? This moment, that moment. I am in charge of your lunch now, and now I want you, oh, my lunch. Don't grab it, stinky Lele. Okay, okay, let me have lunch in peace, I need to collect materials later. If you don't do it, you will bully me. Seeing that his sister wanted to snatch the bento back from his hand, Sakakibara put his hands behind his back. She poked her head from the left, and the lunchbox moved to the right. She poked her head to the right, and the lunchbox moved to the left. Forget it, forget it. If I don't argue with you, I will tire myself to death. You're exhausting yourself, couldn't you have given it to me earlier? I don't want you to worry about it. Okay then, I'll eat under the tree over there. Whatever you want. Sakakihara Suzu didn't have the physical strength to compete with her brother, a physical monster. After getting rid of the annoying brother who abandoned her in the morning, she just sat down on her butt, opened the buckle of the lunchbox and started eating. The food is delicious. Meatballs, delicious. Beef, delicious. Small sausages, delicious. Roasted baby potatoes, delicious. All delicious. However, before Sakakihara Suzu could happily take a few more bites, she was stunned. Because she found that under a green metasequoia tree not far away, Amamai Kururi and Sakakibara Raku were sitting together. They were talking and laughing while taking food from each other. They seemed to be having a great time chatting. Tianhai Julie Yulai said that she had a poor appetite and was losing weight and did not eat meat. Then she gave him all the meat in her lunchbox. That guy, the smelly old man, said, "No, Li Yulai, you'd better eat more," and then put some meat dishes back into Julie Yulai's lunchbox. The two of them chatted with each other, and the more they chatted, the more animated they became, and they actually even fed each other vegetables. Sakakihara Suzu was almost blinded by what she saw here. It was so much that she wanted to break the disposable chopsticks in her hand. Are you two here to shoot a MV or are you here to fall in love? As a result, the two people over there just didn't hear it, and fed a piece of broccoli in front of Sakakibara Suzu. I'm going to go blind. By the way, why aren't you angry at Chiminjio? At the same time, Sakakibara Suzu, who was covering her eyes, also discovered that Nanamai was still quietly eating lunch beside her, steadily. Don't you like my brother? No sense of crisis or anything like that? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. According to tradition, shouldn't the little fox be jealous of the big fox now? Why are you here eating lunch alone without saying a word? Tianhai Kaimingyu ignored Aling's instigation and said without even raising her eyes, those who know the current affairs are heroes. Now is not the time for me to intervene in the past and let my sister be arrogant for a while. That's nice Chiminjio, you've never defeated Julie Yulai, right? Don't you feel uncomfortable watching? Amamai Nanamajetsu pinched Sakakihara Suzu's nose with the end of her chopsticks. There's no way I can lose to my sister. It's impossible to lose. Then what are you doing now, and what is Julie Yulai doing? Even Zhigzyu knows where to run and quietly be a light bulb. Okay, admit it, I feel a little uncomfortable. Nanami followed Sakakibara Suzu's words. Humph, you're a coward. Suzu Sakakihara waved her hand, put her hands on her hips, and said angrily, can you bear this? But I also understand that according to that group of boys, the so-called real youth is actually a bunch of classmates fighting each other playing game consoles, and then falling into silence when they witness the fight between the girl they like and their boyfriend on the graduation trip. It's just that the gender has been swapped. Amami Nanamajetsu took a small bite of the sausage and glanced at Sakakibara Suzu. What do you think of me, Sister Chan? What I mean is that this so-called true youth can be completely rewritten now. You can't give in at any time in life. It's time to rise up and resist. Wait a minute, I'll be back soon. Amami Nanamajetsu finished eating the small sausages on her chopsticks, watched Sakakihara Suzu eat the bento in one bite, walked over with enthusiasm, and walked back sadly. How? Sakakibara Suzu sat back down, picked up her bento again in frustration, and stuffed rice into her mouth. Looks like things are not going well. Stinky Lele, he actually told me to hide away. He also said that Juliuli finally agreed to feed him and he must cherish this opportunity. After all, we are in love, and I am having a lively chat with my sister. The subtext is that you were an annoying lightbulb in the past. Zhigzu is over there too. My sister-in-law can definitely be used as a decoration. Don't you like my brother? Sakakihara Suzu looked at Amami Kaiminyu again. The subtext was then, why aren't you jealous? Sister Chan, don't try to trick me. Tianhai Minjiu didn't accept this trick at all. You don't like my brother anymore, do you? Are you planning to give up on what happened when you were a child? Sister Chan. If you don't say it, don't say it. Why are you pretending to be cold? Asterisk. After lunch, the 5-person team continued along the road towards Kyoto. Rush, Sakakihara Suzu was the first to drive a motorcycle this time, shouting and rushing out. Sakakibara Raku followed closely with Tenkai Yuki in the back seat, followed by Kuu who was driving, and Amami Nanami Meijutsu who was holding a camera to take pictures of the farmland, rivers, farm, and countryside scenery along the way. The road is open, the wind in front of you and the green hills surrounded by cedar trees are refreshing. On the roads of this ordinary and clean small town in Japan, tile-roofed houses and long trams flash past from time to time on both sides. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Aling's pedal fuel tank was only half empty. Because no matter whether they are riding or sitting, they will not feel comfortable after running for a long time, so they discussed taking a rest. They happened to arrive at the beautiful Lake Sagamai, and everyone stopped at a nearby gas station to rest. Amami Nanamayu's camera was taken over by Sakakibara Raku and Sakakibara Suzu. Because Asuzui shouted to take a photo of her brother, only the two sisters were left behind to guard the motorcycle. Sister, when you were riding your bike just now, did you pay attention to the front? What should you pay attention to? Tianhaiju really sat on the seat of the motorcycle, her flaxen hair fluttering lightly in the breeze blowing from Sagamai Lake. Tianhai Minjiu didn't say anything clearly. Sister, you won't think that my sister-in-law's previous confession to my brother was a joke, right? Tianhai Yuli pondered for a long time. I don't think so. Then what does sister think? Very dangerous. Yes, Tianhai Kaimingyu crossed her chest with her hands in agreement and nodded, it's very dangerous. But no matter what, my sister-in-law. Sister, with my sister-in-law's character, it will only be more dangerous. It's not like I don't know that my brother is the kind of person who is overflowing with sympathy. I have a different opinion than you in Kyo. If my brother is really overflowing with sympathy, then he should agree to it. Elder sister. Kyo, I know what you are worried about, but my brother is really not the kind of person who is half-hearted. I believe him. Asterisk. My sister is an idiot now. This is something determined by Tian Hai Kaiming Yu. Of course, I can't blame my sister. After all, the information my sister knows is already very behind. But there is no doubt that in Tian Hai Kaiming Yu's view, Tian Hai's Higsu is a potential risk and opponent. Forget it, let's talk to my brother. Nanamai found Raku Sakakibara, who was filming the MV material, and pulled him aside to talk. He opened his mouth and made a condition to him: let me sit behind you from now on. Why? So sudden? Why do you think you are? You and my sister-in-law are too close. That's true. Then you go and make peace with Higsu. It's better for my brother to tell you this. Let me tell you. Sakakihara couldn't help but look at Amami Nazuki, who was standing on the bridge and looking at the shore of Sagamai Lake in a daze. Then he went back to meet the dull eyes of Tian Hai Kaiming Yu. Sakakibara understood what she meant. She would never allow a second threat to appear. Because of what Higsu confessed earlier, she was eliminating risks and reminding herself. Isn't it too cruel to tell you? Of course, cruelty does not refer to the issue of not letting Higsu sit behind him, but it represents the overall attitude towards Higsu in the future. My sister-in-law will most likely not think that way. You yourself said it was highly likely. Sakakihara Raku finally figured it out. Higsu suddenly confessed to him that Chi and Ju were not without countermeasures against Higsu, but that they had no scruples some time ago. They don't want Higsu to get too close to their lives at all. Sakakibara was silent for a while. Tian Hai Kaiming Yu saw his silence and understood that he knew it well. It seems that brother understands what my sister and I think. Yes, Sakakibara agreed, I understand what you are thinking, and it should indeed be this way. Then why does brother seem reluctant? Why? Sakakibara suddenly remembered the paper cranes Yuki had folded for her, and her mother's diary. Brother, are you hesitating? Tian Hai Kaiming Yu seemed to be trying hard to see something from his eyes. No. Sakakihara Raku doesn't want to hesitate now, and he doesn't like to hesitate. The right thing to do is to cut it off. This is why he chose to say such excessive words decisively to Kyo. He wants her and Liulai to share their love equally. Then I'll go talk to her. Sakakibara cheered up a little while sighing at Higsu in his heart. The snow is so heavy that I might not even be able to eat the fried ice cream. Yet Tian Hai Kaiming Yu saw that he understood and didn't ask any more questions. What should I do in life in the future? With the current situation, it's impossible for me not to have contact with her, right? My sister and I have discussed it, and life is still the same as usual, but brother, don't just make fried ice cream for my little aunt, and don't just agree to what she wants. If she asks you for help, just leave the matter to me and my sister. Or Abel, whatever. Understood? Understand is understand. But while Sakakihara made up his mind, he also felt his own cruelty. After all, it was Higsu who he took the initiative to approach step by step and taught her many, many things, but now he has to alienate her step by step. So how would this girl, who had neither common sense nor life experience, look at her from behind with a speechless expression? For her, she is the first person in her life who makes her feel good, right? She likes to cook food for her, make fried ice cream for her, comb her hair by herself, and eat with her by herself. For this reason, she even folded a paper crane and gave it to herself, even though she was ugly. With her weak voice, even if she shouted countless times, she might not be able to get a response. Raku Sakakihara hung his helmet on the handlebar of his newly purchased motorcycle and walked behind Amami Wayuki, who was standing at the exit of the gas station staring blankly at Sagamai Lake. The girl was wearing a pure white everyday shirt that looked like a sailor suit. Her long beige hair was blowing slightly. The sky was reflected behind her, looking at the Sagamai Lake sparkling in the sun. There was no expression on the girl's face. The eyes staring at the end of the lake seemed to be looking into a deeper place that does not exist in the world. Stopping behind and looking at it, the wind blew, and the ashes of the sky were wrapped with clouds floating in the distance. The girl's long hair and exquisite face were also blown by the breeze to become delicate and beautiful. Sakaki Hararaku felt that she was like a dandelion floating in the wind at this moment, disappearing in an instant if she didn't pay attention. Yuki. Yuki. After shouting twice in a row, the girl responded. Yes. Tianhai's Higsu turned around and responded to him in a weak voice. I have something to tell you. Tianhai's Higsu looked at him. We will continue setting off soon. Chi Minjia wants to change places with you. Change positions. You take Julie Yuli's car, and she comes and sits behind me. Amami Nazuki was quiet for a while, during which she kept looking at Sakakibara Raku. I just want to sit behind Raku. Why do you think so? Like music. Didn't I ask you to think carefully about the definition of like before? I don't understand, but I feel very sleepy when I hold Le in the car. Want sleep? The subtext is that you will feel at ease. Higsu sometimes doesn't express her feelings in detail. That's why you hugged me so tightly just now. It turns out you were sleeping. Is it Zyoki who wants to change places with me? Yes. Tianhai's Higsu turned and left. Wait a moment, Zyoki Sakakibara stopped Yuki Tenkai, knowing that she was going to talk to Nanamijiao. Tianhai's Higsu stopped and turned around to look at him again. You'd better change with Chi Minjia, that's what I mean. Oh well. How could there be a girl as stupid as you? Just agree to whatever I say. Obviously very reluctant. Sakakibara Raku felt like he was about to lose his temper. Could this be considered killing an ignorant girl? Give her the feeling that she likes and wants to rely on, and then act like a hands-off shopkeeper, abandoning all hope for her in one sentence. How is this different from abandoning Chi Minjia when she was a child? Originally, Sakaki Hararaku felt guilty towards Kyo because of this incident. He was so anxious that he wanted to scratch his head. He is really a merciful man. He only takes a little more care of the girls around him, just a little bit. No, he really can't do this kind of abandonment. Otherwise, I might as well just show my cards to everyone. Let them fight among themselves. This is cultivating goo. No. Although he is a scumbag, he is not so scumbag that he is irresponsible. He was still waiting for the day when he would hold Ju on his left and Chi on his right, and kiss each other without them getting angry. As for the snow, alas, the change of seats that Chi Minjia was promised can be done, but for the rest, let's keep things as usual. As long as you pay attention, you should be fine. Sakakibara Rakasi stared at Amami no Yuki's pure white and exquisite little face. She was looking at him cutely. No, it is absolutely fine. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tio Yu Lan. Chapter 263. What cooking methods make people feel happy? Stir fry, stir fry, stir fry, deep fry, cook. Or do you mean frying, boiling, roasting, stewing, or steaming? Everything is wrong. Barbecue is the best. That's right, outdoor barbecue. And he rode a motorcycle to a camping and barbecue in the wild. I set off from Tokyo at 8 in the morning and continued my journey while shooting the material for the MV. At nearly 7:30 in the evening, I finally rode to Shizuoka Prefecture at the foot of Mount Fuji. Facing the bustling city, several people did not stay here for too long. They first bought 3 tents, 5 sleeping bags and some barbecue equipment from a chain camping store, and then went to the supermarket to buy some ingredients for tonight's barbecue. It wasn't until Aling shouted, "My car won't be able to load it anymore," that they continued to drive forward. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Mount Fuji, which hung far away on the right side of the road, was only a faint outline in the dark night. Fortunately, the sky has been clear recently. At night, there are almost no clouds overhead to cover the moonlight, and the air is quite fresh. Looking at the night sky above his head, Sakakihara turned off the engine on the bridge and put down the footrest of his motorcycle. He looked not far to the right side of the bridge and found his destination. It was by the river, a perfect clearing for camping. He stopped the car, and so did Amami Kuruori and Sakakihara Suzu. Is that where it was mentioned on the internet? Tianhai Juri asked beside Sakakibara Raku. It should be there. Sakakibara carefully looked at the open space. It's a certain distance from the road, and it's next to a stream. It can be used for camping with a little weeding. Tianhai Yuli glanced over there a few more times and nodded. It does seem to be a suitable place for camping, but it doesn't seem like there is anyone around. It's weird that there are always people in such a remote place. Suzu Sakakibara, wearing a pink helmet, let go of the car handle, shrugged her shoulders and spread her hands. Her arms were so tired that she couldn't help but move. She moved and shook her arms. She pinched her arms and sighed, I'm really exhausted after riding for a whole day. What's outrageous is that the more I ride, the more luggage I pack. How can there be such a trip? She helplessly looked back at the large and small bags on the back of her scooter, and couldn't help puckering her lips. Why can they drive such a beautiful car? Amami Nanami got out of the car from the back seat of Sakakibara Raku. She first put her hands behind her back as if relaxing, and then walked straight to the bridge, feeling the cool breeze blowing from the river. This should be the water flowing from Mount Fuji. Sakakihara followed her back and looked up at the dark mountains in the north. It's normal. After all, we are at the foot of Mount Fuji now. This small river should flow down to Lake Kawaguchi. The outline of Mount Fuji was vaguely visible in the mountains, and the girl's back was stretched smaller. It's the area upstream of the river. The riverbed is quite small. I can even see pebbles. That's right, Sakakibara responded. Okay, let's go, let's get off the bridge and drive along the river. Suzuki Sakakihara grasped the handle of the car again, and turned out in a roundabout way. Run. Let's eat. Raku Sakakihara was speechless as he watched Suzu, who was still very tired, take the lead and ride a scooter full of luggage down the fork in front of him. Didn't you just say that it can't be driven anymore? Brother, let's go too. Call climbing you up. Zhigzu is already dozing off. Okay, let's go. Amami Kuruori followed Sakakibara Suzu, and Sakakibara Raku called out to Amami Nanami Mingzuki, who was still taking pictures of the lake under the moonlight with a camera. After she got in the car again, he also took her to follow. After arriving at the destination, except for Tianhai's Higsu who was dozing off, a few people started camping in full swing. Those who weeded and those who pitched tents set up tents. In order to create a camping atmosphere, Tianhai Kaimingyu also went to the forest to find a pile of firewood. Light the fire, take out the barbecue grill and some special coals, and use a knife to process the ingredients. Sakakibara Suzu can't wait any longer. Barbecue. Roast vegetables. Roast potatoes. Slobber, Aling, your saliva is about to drip out. How about starving to death? Don't care about these images. Ah, hey, Sakakibara was happy to see his sister reaching out her pig hand and trying to pat her trotters away. Don't take it away. I haven't roasted the potatoes yet. Oh, it's baked, no one knows potatoes better than me. Don't worry, Suzu Sakakihara reacted quickly, grabbed a bunch and fanned it. Do you think it's familiar to you? Raku Sakakibara stared at Suzu Sakakibara with a wait-and-see look and took a bite of the little potato. There was a squeak sound, and Sakakihara Rakuko knew from the sound that the potatoes were not yet ripe. You. Sakakibara Suzu stuck out her tongue visibly. Raku Sakakibara, it's delicious, isn't it? Of course it's delicious. It's just a little crispy. Tsundere, right. I don't have one, you are the tsundere. Okay, okay, bring it here, and I'll help you grill it. Raku Sakakihara reached out and snatched the skewers from his sister's hand, and continued to place them on the steel frame, slowly conveying the temperature of the charcoal fire to the little potato. Everywhere on. Sakakihara Suzu had nothing to eat and could only sit there quietly. Chi Minjiu is reading a book, Zhigzu is taking a nap, and Juliuli is helping to deal with some unfinished ingredients. The bored Sakakibara Suzu scrolled through her phone for a while. Since she had taken a leave of absence from the office and there was no interesting news, she had no choice but to return her gaze to Sakakibara's face. She held her face up and watched. The more she watched, the more excited she became. Apart from anything else, I look a bit handsome when I grill. Especially when sparks appear and light up my brother's face. Although the lines on his cheeks have been seen too much after more than 10 years, if you calm down a little and look at them carefully, you can see a gentle light on his face. This kind of gentleness, paired with his recently trimmed short, slightly brown hair, it gives him a fresh, natural look. Not the kind of cold-faced handsome guy who can only put on a bad face, but the kind of peaceful boy who will make you feel very peaceful after seeing him. Is there such a word for him? Well, Sakakihara Suzu admitted that she was short of words and couldn't describe it. But the way this guy is serious, with the sparks flying like fireflies in front of his face, is really handsome. He is in school now, and there should be many people pursuing him, right? Sakakihara Suzu looked at each and every one of them without paying attention. Her saliva started to flow out again, and her face accidentally slipped from the palm of her hand, causing her to stumble. However, she still continued to look at her handsome face. Sakakihara Suzu put her hands into her thighs and moved her knees together for a while, but she quickly reacted and shook her head in surprise. No, no, what are you thinking about? How handsome is Stinky Lele? Ugly, the ugliest, ugliest. I only admit that the old man from before was handsome. Ah, you ask why? Because don't ask who asked. Anyway, my brother used to let himself stay in front of him to eat, roast it, and then feed it to himself in front of him. He also always keeps the best barbecue for himself. Pig bell. HAAA-. What did you say? I don't even know if the potatoes are roasted or not. What is it if it's not a pig bell? Sakakibara Suzu was angry, really angry. Inoraku. Yes, it's Inoraku. Pig bell. Piggle. Pig bell. Inaraku, Sakakihara Suzu was really angry. You're so annoying. I don't want to care about you at all. The potatoes are baked. Really? Suzu Sakakihara reacted and quickly shook her head. No, no, I don't want to talk to you. You really don't want it? I will never obey. 5 minutes later. Brother, one more string. You can't blame her. When she smelled the aroma of baked potatoes, she couldn't help but swallowed after being hungry all day. What should I do if I'm still a little angry? Aren't you already high? Why are you so angry? I'm just brother, I'm suddenly not hungry at all. Goo. My stomach made an unsatisfying sound. Sakakihara Suzu's face turned red, and then she could only show a silly smile of hey he he. He is indeed an idiot. Sakakibara laughed out loud. Okay, okay, eat quickly, then I'll apologize to you, okay? You want to apologize to me? I won't lie to you, because you are the biggest contributor today. Aling, my favorite sister, I was wrong, I shouldn't have called you a pig, you are obviously the best sister in the world. I was wrong, I was seriously wrong. As she said that, Sakakibara put another bunch of kebabs into her disposable lunchbox. Here are the kebabs and roasted potatoes for the best sister in the world, Suzu. Take it quickly. Really a great hero. Sakakihara Suzu returned her purple pupils hesitantly, wanting to look at him without him noticing. Then, I saw his handsome face and the small baked potatoes hanging in his bowl, smelling of barbecue aroma. Then, I'll reluctantly forgive you. Besides, I'll give it to you first after it's baked. Give me the first one. Sakakihara Suzu glanced at Tianhai July to make sure she didn't have it in her hand. It seems like there really isn't. Take it and eat it quickly. Okay, okay. Sakakibara Suzu grabbed the first handful of barbecue that Sakakihara Raku had baked, and closed her eyes arrogantly. Then I will forgive you, brother, but remember that I am the best sister to you. Sakakibara laughed. The so-called behaving well when you get a bargain refers to this kind of person. But a Ling is really cute. Sister Zhang would actually be bribed by a mere grilled skewer. Tianhai Kaimingyu interjected. What do you know? It's called, those who know the current affairs are heroes. Sakakihara Suzu was quite confident because she replied to Tenkai Kaimingyu what she said at noon today. Tianhai Kaimingyu glanced at her, ignored her, weighed her gold-rimmed glasses, blew the evening breeze by the river, and continued reading by firelight. Raku Sakakibara grabbed a small handful of barbecue. It's done, Zyuki, take it. Seeing how sleepy you are, eat and go to bed quickly. Happy feed me. Hello, Sakakibara looked around happily. Between 7 and 9, that's not okay. Rejected, Tianhai's Higsu just nodded. As expected. Brother's barbecue is still delicious. Didn't Sister Chan call my brother a pig just a second ago? That's because I'm angry, okay. What now? There is none left. Sakakibara Suzu had just finished eating what she had in her hand, and then took a skewer of grilled meat from the grill. Amamai Nanamai's face turned dark when she saw it. Sister Chan, those are the kebabs my brother gave me. Huh? Ha ha ha, sorry, I ate everything. You. Forget it. July, your roasted vegetables are ready. Ah, thank you sister. Sister, please sit closer. Why are you sitting so close? I feed my sister. Why do you need to feed this? That sister doesn't act like this when her brother feeds her at noon. Tianhai Julie Yuli's face turned red, and she agreed to Chi Minjiao's request for barbecue. Seeing how close the two sisters were, Sakakibara Suzu looked at Raku Sakakibara, who continued to serve Amamai no Yuki with barbecue. After hesitating for a while, she still shouted with some dissatisfaction, Ani-I-chan. Sakakihara Raku's goosebumps were 3 feet thick. Hey, why are you calling me so disgusting? I want to feed. Why should you feed me when you grow up? I'm not your mother. I want it. Suzu Sakakihara approached him holding the folding stool under her butt. Then you call me a few more times and listen. Sakakihara Suzu was disgusted with her face. Why don't you just hate me? That's because you didn't tell me to feel comfortable. Come on, do you want to feed me? Ani-I-chan. Ani-I-chan. Did not hear it? Oh.N-chan. That's it? I really can't stand you. Open your mouth. Ah. Sakakibara poured a piece of beef into her mouth, and Sakakibara took a bite, her face full of happiness. Halfway through the meal, everyone realized that the ingredients were not enough. Sakakibara himself hasn't even taken 2 bites yet. It's Chi Minjiao's fault. She ate the most. Sister Chan, let's get rid of it, right? Tianhai Kaimingyu stared at her round belly calmly. Tianhai Julie Yuli smiled awkwardly. Next to her sat Tianhai's Higsu, who was also not full. Ellie, I'm not full. How about some cookies? Want to eat fish? Fish, it's not easy to run back to the city to buy fish now. Isn't everyone full? Sakakibara Suzu touched her belly and immediately raised her hand. I'm full. Stop talking, Sakakihara immediately turned down his face. Seeing that everyone was not full, Sakakibara made a suggestion at this time. It's by the river anyway, and the river bed is not deep. Just use wooden sticks to cut a few fish and grill them. The seasonings are already made. In response to this, whether it was 7, 9, or Ling, they all shook their heads. How can this be? Tian Haikiming you, brother, regardless of whether you have fished or not, can you see clearly tonight? My suggestion is to sleep until tomorrow and drive to the next town to buy some food. Nanami Mingzuki's suggestion was passed because she failed to convince Sakakihara Raku, who wanted to give it a try. Ling and Liulai said they wanted to accompany them. Zhigzhu felt sleepy and continued to take a nap. Chi Minjiao looked at her. Tian Haikimingyu was not interested. Then you go, there happens to be firelight, I will use it to read for a while. This is a sign that Chi doesn't trust himself at all. Ling actually didn't believe it either. Brother, if you can get a fish, I will take the initiative to kiss you 10 times. Believe it or not, because kissing you 10 times is 1,000,000,000% impossible, so the probability of you getting the fish is also 1,000,000,000% possible. You said so, don't dare to do it then. Humph, why don't you dare? Cutting out a wooden stick with a knife, Sakakihara asked Kawasuzu to use the flashlight of her mobile phone to help her illuminate herself on the shore. Then she rolled up her trousers and started to go down the river. As soon as he stepped into the river bed, the cold water on his calves almost sent shivers down Sakakibara's spine. A little cold. Brother, can you really do this? Don't slip and drown. Sakakihara Suzu stuck her head out to look at him. Tianhai Yulai was speechless for a while. Ling had better not say such things about her brother, and the water flow is not fast. Sakakihara Raku heard the conversation between the two on the shore. Even Zhu Heling, who came to take care of his fish insertion, didn't trust him. Alas, they are short-sighted. I remember when I was fishing in the wild, I was a master. As for asking whether the fishing master cares about you inserting fish, the only answer is that it is still short-sighted, too short-sighted. Consumption points 5,000 points. Field skill, wooden cutting fish LV5, legendary, has been issued, please check it carefully. Sakakibara Raku didn't know what was floating over just now. He only knew that he grabbed the wooden stick with his hand, and then plunged it into the water. Together, a fresh salmon was like a brave man who had won the best sword in the village. The same was lifted high in the air, shining with light. Golden legend. Holding her mobile phone for lighting, Suzu Sakakibara rubbed her eyes directly as she prepared to read her brother's joke, and exclaimed, "Impossible, this is absolutely possible." The salmon is still flicking its tail and making its final struggle. There are still little glows under the starry sky. Then, Sakakihara Raku didn't even take off the fish just now, and plunged it into the water again. Another one. Sakakihara Suzu saw Raku Sakakihara turning around and smiling at him on the river bed, and he even gave a thumbs up. Brother, are you so powerful? I don't know. Sakakihara Suzu could only reply. After groping for a while by the river, Sakakihara took another plunge. Article 3. Sakakihara Suzu couldn't believe it. Is this brother taking stimulants? How many do you want to eat? Sakakihara turned around on the riverbed and shouted to the two people on the bank. They turned on the flashlight of their mobile phones, and the beam of light hit them, making Sakakibara unable to see them at all. One piece is enough for each person. Tianhaiju recovered his mouth with both hands and shouted loudly to Sakakibara Raku in the river with a smile. Well. When Sakakibara took the wooden skewer with 5 fish on it back to the camp, even Amami Nanamajetsu, who had been reading a book, couldn't help but take a second look. Did you do it? Yes, I did it. Roar. Tianhai Chi Minjiao covered her face with a book, leaving only a pair of small, dull eyes looking at him. Hey, Chi Chi, I know you want to praise me, so go ahead and praise me. This little compliment won't make me, your brother, too complacent. I'm not looking at my brother, but my sister Chan. Sakakihara Suzu, who had agreed to a certain condition, was now blushing. Sister Chan. What do you want to do? Call me. Amami Nanamajetsu slightly pulled the book cover down, and said to Sakakibara Suzu, who was standing by the grill, Sister Chan, don't forget what you said. Sakakibara Suzu glanced at Sakakibara Raku with her purple eyes. I suddenly want to go to the toilet. Well, yes, that's right. When she wanted to turn around and run away, Tian Haikimingyu's voice came from behind, Sister Chan, do you want to run away? Or are you just bragging about what you said before? Sakakihara Suzu, don't know how to brag. Sakakibara Raku had no intention of watching them talk nonsense. As for Suzu's promise, he didn't care at all. You guys chat slowly while I handle the fish, otherwise you won't be able to sleep until early in the morning. Both of them selectively ignored Sakakibara and continued the conversation just now. So, Sakakihara Suzu looked at Sakakihara Raku, who had walked a certain distance. She could hardly hold herself any longer. She thought of the scene where she agreed. No, that's really not possible. If she wanted to take the initiative to kiss him, it would be better to let her die. From now on, I can't even hold my head up in front of Stinky Lele. Sakakihara Suzu suddenly thought of a way. If you want to go. If you want to go, just go. I'll give you the opportunity, and you don't like me anyway. Give it to me? Are you sure? Sure. Sakakihara Suzu confidently agreed, thinking that Chi Minjaya would not dare to. Amami Nanamajetsu put down her book, approached someone, and kissed Sakakibara Raku directly on the cheek, who was handling live fish. Sakakihara Suzu was shocked. You really dare? Julie Yulai and Zhigsu are still here. What? Nothing, just kissing you. After Amami Nanamiki kissed Sakakibara Raku's cheek, under his incomprehensible expression, he specifically glanced back at Sakakibara Raku with his eyes half closed, as if he was provoking someone who didn't keep his promise. That's my brother. It's my brother. Sakakihara Suzu is going crazy. This is a provocation, a naked provocation. She grabbed her newly dyed green hair, which was very frizzy. This little fox must be made. Sakakihara Suzu thought of a way again, turned around and shouted into the tent, Sister Li Yulai. What's wrong? Tianhai Julie Yulai poked her head out of the tent with a water glass. She was very happy when Ling called her Sister Li Yulai. It's nothing, there's just something I want you to see, sister. What's up? Well, it's over there. Chi Minjaya just kissed my brother. Have it? Sakakibara Suzu returned to the state of raising her small mouth, and her eyes and expression were completely saying to Amami Nanamai, I wonder if you still dare now. You must not dare anymore, your sister is here. Don't be careful, you have to clean up this little fox. Amami Nanamai's sky blue eyes didn't glance at her for a second, and took advantage of the gap between Sakakibara Raku and Sakakibara Suzu to quickly tap his cheek a few times. Tianhai Julialai was stunned. Sakakihara Suzu was stunned. Sakakihara Raku was also stunned. How dare you do this? Sakakihara Suzu was shocked and angry. What surprised her was her actions, and what made her angry was that she actually provoked him a second time. She had to declare again, that's my brother. What are you doing? Ah! Sakakihara Suzu is going crazy. Calm down, be sure to calm down. The one who is more shocked than himself now must be Julie Yulai. He just wants to watch the good show. That's right. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Raku Sakakihara took the lead to regain his composure. Nana Mingzuki, what are you doing? Sister Chan gave me the bet just now, I'm just fulfilling it. 10 kisses. Can I give this thing away? Isn't this just giving in? July Tianhai Julie Yulai spoke. Sakakibara originally thought she would say something questioning, but he didn't expect Amamai Kuruori to just sigh slightly, don't do this. Sorry, sister. Julai's apology, to be honest, was not sincere. There is a feeling of sorry, sister, I apologize, but I will continue next time. Just like that, gone. Sakaki Harasuzu was surprised by Nanamayu's operation, and even more amazed by Julie Yulai's response. This, is gone? Shouldn't you two fight? Sister Li Yulai. That's your boyfriend? No, that was her brother, and she didn't admit that Li Yulai was his girlfriend. The more Sakaki Harasuzu thought about it, the more complicated it became. She simply stopped thinking about it. She felt like her brain was running out of ideas. Tianhai Julie Yulai continued, I can understand Chi Minjiao's thoughts, but didn't we agree that we can't do this in this situation where everyone is here? We have a deal? What was said? Sakaki Harasuzu was puzzled, shouldn't these two sisters be pulling their hair? She likes to watch women fight the most. Although she has a good impression of the two sisters now, Li Yulai's relationship with her has improved again, and Chi is not as hateful as before. No, Chi Minjiao is still hateful. Stinky fox, ask your sister to take you in. Sorry, sister, I couldn't help it. It won't happen again. Then, Julie Yulai sighed and left. Sakaki Harasuzu was directly petrified on the spot. You guys, what's going on? This also shocked Sakaki Hararaku. The plot should not have developed like this. What's so surprising about this? It's not like my sister doesn't know what I'm thinking. It seems so. Li Yulai knows that Kyo likes her, and also knows that she will definitely do something to him in private. It would be weird not to move my hands or feet. As for why Li Yulai isn't angry? That's probably because he made a statement and expressed his clear rejection of Chi Minjiao's action. That's why Li Yulai told Chi Minjiao that he would not follow suit and did not express anything to himself. He did not do anything wrong, he was just grilling fish. Sakaki Haro lowered his voice and asked Nanamai Minjiao, did you reach any agreement in private? Mutual non-aggression treaty. That's why my sister will take you to the other side to eat during lunch. So this is what the hell, what kind of messy relationship is this? Shouldn't you two just start fighting? Why is it so peaceful? Wait, calm down. Calm. What if Tianhai Julie Yulai has begun to accept that his sister is touching him and has reached a level where he can gradually tolerate it? Isn't your relationship getting much better recently? Brother, what do you think? Sure enough. Nana Minjiao. Get out of here. Sakaki Harasuzu couldn't help it anymore, thinking that she had to do it herself to drive away the fox. What to do? Amamai Kaimingyu saw Sakaki Harasuzu holding her wrist. Let's go to the other side and talk. Not going. Don't go. Damn it, you have to go with me. Does Sister Chan want revenge? This is called revenge. Revenge, Nanamai kissed Sakaki Bararaku's face again, and then looked at Sakaki Bararaku's bulging fleshy face again, is this so? Don't forget, Sister Chan, the brother who was very kind to you before is now mine and my sister's. Amamai Nanamajetsu quickly hugged one of Sakaki Bararaku's arms. It was still the same three-faced face of Furui Fuha, but the calm expression was clearly without any expression. At this time, it was 10,000 times more dazzling than ridicule. Ah! Sakaki Harasuzu went crazy, completely crazy. She rushed forward and grabbed Nanamai's arm, like a rabbit pulling out a carrot, trying to pull her out. Tianhai Kaimingyu didn't move at all, but hugged her even tighter. Let's go. Let me go. If you don't leave, you can't leave. Let's go. Let's go. Not leaving. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Not going. Not going. Not going. Chi Minjio. Aling. Brother. Brother, please say something. Sakakibara Suzu continued to tug on Amami Nanami's arm. It's no use what he said. Alas. It's noisy, noisy, noisy every day. Sakaki Hararaku grills the fish silently, and you can pull it as you please, but he doesn't know anything anyway. He couldn't help but look at Tianhai's Higsu, who was dozing next to the campfire. Her exquisite little face was slightly orange-red by the firelight, sweet and peaceful. The snow is still quiet. Well, it's nice to be quiet. Hey. Aling, don't pull Chi-Chi's hair. There are a lot of words, so I'll update it later.